make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج من فوق وفريق اليلا اي سبورتس اصابه من فوق على اللاعب مانتا نوك داون.
Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Also, welcome back to you guys at home and our beautiful sponsor as well, the Oppo Reno 6 series. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. My name is Haaland Wolf, and this beautiful gentleman, I got it the right side this time, is Imperium to the left of me. How you doing?
Oh yes, oh yes. I'm doing pretty good. This is my first foray into a PMPL Arabia broadcast, and we're hot on the heels of the PMGC finals. This is now the third best region in the world, when you really look at it, right? So we're coming into this PMPL with somewhat fresher eyes, somewhat kind of higher standard eyes, right? We see the growth and rise of the MENA region. So bring it on, Arabia teams. I want to see the best.
Oh, and the best we get to see through our 4 weeks of competition here, Imperium. The format of course, the tournament. You may be wondering what it is. Well, it is as standard league play, where we're going to go 3 weeks. Every start of the week, 2 days per week. 20 teams going to be fighting in 5 groups from A to E. And that means each of them playing 4 groups per day and a total of 8 per those 2 days. And well, the top 16 out of those 20 teams and the end of those 10 matches, they move through to the Super Weekend with our 3 days each weekend, as the name suggests, for our top 16 teams to get as many points as they can. The catch being, well, those points stick, and to make sure you get those points, they equal the prizes at the end of those 3 weeks, what you accumulate. We're talking about those prizes, though. That is that beautiful 10,000 for first place. If you can get into the finals, get that there. But it's not just that, Imperium. It is, that juicy 45,000 per game of those super weekends in the finals. 45 chances for 1,000.
Yeah, of course. Having that 1,000 per chicken dinner is massively important. So qualifying for these super weekends is much more important for your bank account per se. The good thing with the 2022 format, obviously, is that there's no kind of dropping down to the PMCO. So if you qualify for the PMPL like you have, you're qualified for the full split as well. So it does technically, from a security of the next PMPL full split, there is less pressure in the teams. But from a financial standpoint, because it's about those chicken dinners, it's about that 1,000 per win a super weekend, is important that the teams recognize the step up when it comes to those games, when it comes to those moments.
Rightly so, and that's now also, you said, getting into the top of those matches, that's where these teams want to get to. Well, those matches are here on your screen. 5 of them today here, Imperium, and starting off again with groups A through to D, and then we'll skip out D and so on towards the end of our 5 games, starting this time around with 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels. So final chances here for these teams to get the points. We've seen what we could do already, Imperium B squads, and it has been interesting so far. I think the standouts for these teams definitely have been, to me, NASR. They've been on the top of the leaderboard, totally dominant on both the kills and the placement points. But the others, when it comes even to Rico and DDD Esports, YaLLa, yes, they've been strong, but they've all had their shaky moments.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for the start of a tournament to see that kind of shakiness. It's a first day, and we were talking before the broadcast, and you were saying that day one was a little bit standard in terms of teams kind of finding their feet, finding their footing. We will see that smooth over. Having a look at the overall standings, Of course, this is 16th to 9th. As of right now, Conqueror hold on to that kind of that golden 16th spot, but with headquarters being only 2 points behind them in 17th, there's absolutely no real security for Conqueror Iraq, as well as the likes of KAMIKAZE.
And that's why you see a lot of these points very close together to the bottom, and that tells us, well, what we saw yesterday in Imperium was a lot of these top base teams stealing those points away, sponging them and soaking them up from these bottom squads. And like we said, NASR, who had an average after just the first 2 games of 5.5 kills per game, coupled that alongside their chicken dinner towards our final match yesterday, coming off strong now into the day in Miramar. They're definitely looking the most confident. I'm interested to vote for you, not only Zute. Now, Zute gave an interesting answer, but I want to hear it from you. What is your team that you're looking forward to in Imperium?
I don't have a specific team to look forward to, because to me this is a little bit of a blank canvas for these teams to paint their skill, to paint their talent on. I do have, like I said at the start of the broadcast, higher standards coming into this PMPL 2022 year because of what Nigma Galaxy were able to achieve. That should technically bleed over to the rest of the region as a whole. It might take a bit of time for it to show. So as you get through the layers, as you get through the month, hopefully we should see that. But I don't have a specific team to watch. Not at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of context as well. Nigma Galaxy, as you said, coming from the PMGC. They are in second place, 19 points behind NASR in 72 points, 53 for Nigma Galaxy in that second place. Obviously, you can see the opposite end of that spectrum, though, is our 17th to 20th. And that is our 4 teams there, but still need to do a little bit of work to get in on to that top 16 spot. You can see 4K bring up the rear in 20th position, only 5 points across their 4 games that they played yesterday. And I think what we saw with the problem with these teams was very aggressive, very playmaker style moments in the start of these games that they played. But it didn't work out for them. It was 1, 2 mistakes, miscoordination, and they fell down very early trying to go for those kills.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that out of the bottom 4, 3 teams have more elimination points than placement points. That's kind of possibly just a sign of that aggression that you highlighted. But this is at the top of the standings of this league week 1. It's not the most important where these teams are currently positioned. Like, technically, I should be looking at this going, why are Nigma not first? Because they're coming from the PMGC finals, right? However, with league play and the way it works, once you qualify for the Super Weekend, it's all good in the hood. I need to see that element of Nova-esque playstyle from Nigma, where they're trying different things, where they're testing different variables. We saw back in the PMGC League stage, for example, Nova, hell, they barely qualified for the finals because you can see that they were testing limits, testing different strategies. I want to see the same from the likes of Nigma.
Does it mean that they weren't good, though, Imperium? Have managed to get in on that first place on PMGC, but we're in the PMPL now, baby. And that electric guitar is a beautiful one to get us into our first match. Miramar, going to be our first one for the day. And straight away, we're going to have a Los Leones playing path from the south all the way up to Port Armada Imperium. We saw this almost exact playing path yesterday, and then, straight after, it was all the fighting around Picardo and San Martin.
Yeah, it's really not bad of a playing path. The fact that it's a little bit diagonal technically allows these teams to somewhat get to where they want to. Teams dropping early will have the advantage of being able to technically loot early and react to this phase 1 a little bit early. And that's where you got to have your plan B, plan C, especially in Miramar. Because you have the sprawling hillsides, you don't have the cleanest entry points into all of the circles depending on where it is. You have to be able to have that, okay, we can't go where we normally want to go, let's go somewhere different.
Yeah, no, certainly a lot of those teams trying to take it up, as we mentioned, Picardo all the way up to Happy and the Paso. These cities seem to be where these players want to go. Obviously, a lot, as we saw from other playing paths, do tend to go focus on that El Pozo, that more western side if they can. But we don't have to worry about them all rotating that way because the first phase is going to be an essential one for us. A kind respite, I think, Imperium, considering what we had on our first phase yesterday on Erangel, where we had that water zone, we had disgusting zones that weren't even on the map screen yesterday for 2 of them. So these seems breath of relief.
And this is where teams who are dropping down more towards the northern side and southern side of the map have to recognize the phase 1 circle and how more open that western side is. So if I'm looking at K12, for example, they've dropped in Port-au-Prince, they would have been one of the first teams to drop. They have the easiest rotation onto the western side of that circle. They go straight down the south coastal line, go in through Valdemar, maybe up through kind of Minas de Val / Jumisera, and they hold on to that kind of south Ledrillera hillside. You do it already, you're able to get information, you're able to punish a couple of teams, job done. K12 can set themselves up massively in this game 1 if they play it right.
And you saw that actually in Game 4 where K12 took that chicken dinner victory in the way in which they rotated around Imperium. You see it perfectly. They got in onto the center of the zone. They controlled the high ground from there. And then from that moment, they almost trimmed away the teams, bring them down to a solo, a duo. And from that point, they weren't able to challenge K12 with their full squad. And they were able, with a high ground victory, to just take away the location as soon as that zone came in behind us players and force them into an uncomfortable fight. Now, we see, of course, our first place team, though, alongside Dunak here, NASR, and also Dunak Esports. Not fought it out just yet, though, and we haven't seen a lot of fighting, particularly on Miramar. These teams tend, in the first few phases here in PM, from what we saw the first day, they like to survive. They don't like to fight, and it's all about that positioning play, the high ground, the information. This is what they're after.
Rico Infinity, Ida, looting up San Martin. It's in the center of this phase 1 circle. The cleanest path that they can go once they finish looting up is just shift a little bit to the west and have that hill that's essentially in between Crater Fields and Power Grid. Because if they go down south, they're kind of going towards Power Grid, especially timing-wise, where you're more likely going to have kind of teams hovering around. And if they go up north, once again, it's a little bit above Hacienda, you're automatically going to have a couple of teams around you. The thing that we need to think of as well, for not only Rico Infinity, but all the other teams, is the familiarity they are to each other and how much VOD review / preparation they've done coming into this. In some way understanding the drop spots, in some way understanding the path lines. Because if they don't, Thailand, they're going to get into some sticky situations early on, like I said, especially with that plane path in comparison to the phase 1 circle, man.
And that information is so important, particularly in this first match, Imperium, because 963, Nigma Galaxy, who are respective 3rd and 2nd right now in that leaderboard, they're not playing in this first game. However, we can see on our scoreboard on the top of your screen there are a lot of these teams playing, such as 4K in the bottom, that need these points. So this is the ample opportunity when there's no top dominating teams in this match to be able to take your stand, to be able to have done that research. Yes, I think a couple of these teams got caught off guard by some of the rotations, by some of the way in which these teams were playing yesterday. Now, I don't think that should be as much of an excuse. These teams should know, with 5 games under their belt, exactly what the basis of these teams that they're capable of.
That's a damn good point you do bring aboard. Understanding that 2 of the top teams or 2 of the top 4 teams currently are not in this game. The opportunity is there for you to pick up a couple of extra points. 4K's position as of right now, they dropped in Al-Azhar. They can stick around the edge of the circle. They can send a player kind of a little bit deeper to hold on to some more information, possibly graveyard compounds, or they themselves as a full team can shift a little bit more heavily down south onto the Minas Generalis hills and sprawl out, spread out to get some core information. You need to think about the fact that there is a team up towards the north of them. You have Falcon Esports close by, but one of the Falcon players is still looting up while the 1 million on our screens. they're happy where they are around Hacienda.
Yeah, and as we said, none of these teams really looking to fight here in PM4 the beginning. However, with that zone, I would argue that the teams around that Picado Hill side are going to have that slight advantage, not only being in the center of that zone, but you are looking again at that high ground information, the power that that gives you to scout out other teams. Not so much in the hands, I think, of, as you said, K12. Yes, it can have these nice rotations. Similarly with, I think, Triple D over on the side of Impala, they can also rotate nicely away from the congestion of that center. But they do have to be wary of not having that information. Mortal almost going down. He's taken away. Well, it will find it, though. 1Million Esports, the first knock of the game for himself. But I don't think they'll be able to confirm that shot down. But he is giving himself a little bit of availability to be shot. We'll go halfway. There he goes, underneath the safety of the rock. But my only question is, where the rest of the team? Because they're not there to save him. And I think now it's 1Million going to be wrapping around for the kill.
I don't get why Mortal opted to go so deep into phase 1, so late into phase 1. You're 2/3 of the blue zone closing in. You don't understand how this playing path came about, how diagonal it is. A team like 1Million are already going to be absolutely settled where they are, looking to pick up those eliminations. Once again, it's a big component of possibly why 4K are struggling so heavily in these lobbies. K12 still looting up Porto Priso. We're 8 minutes in. Highland Wolf, what are they doing? Like, are they looking for a golden nugget right now? It doesn't make sense why they're still in Porto Priso. Like I said, the first team to loot up, they should have been the first team to rotate.
Yeah, it gets worse. The second knock onto Golden and 1Million. They spot their opportunity to try potentially get closer into this. Mord is moving in for a kill, but here are still 2 more 4K in the behind. The smoke will protect them for now. The shots to spray will not be found for a third. The grenade comes in. I don't think they'll find a second one. Golden should survive here and get the revive off. But you see, it's not just 1Million they've got to worry about. There are other teams approaching behind. Rico, Infinity Esports also hearing the sounds of those grenades, hearing the sounds of the gunfire, looking potentially to see what's going on.
I don't even get why 4K look to try and go for a revive onto the first fallen comrade. It was senseless. They should have just cut their losses and moved away. But now they've just gotten themselves in a bit of a tougher situation. Getting the revive onto Golden at least keeps them up as a 3-person team. Like you said, however, Rico Infinity, they hear the shots. They smell an opportunity. They are looking for it right now.
A horrible place for one DK to be right now. Is in between 2 different teams, and he's only himself. He's not got the support. You can see the Golden is there, but he's so low. They don't have, I think, the healing at this early stage because they were making that early rotation Imperium to be able to heal up satisfactory and take that longer fight. Rico Infinity, though, they will strike down at 1Million. Morph will be naded. And that's a big off angle. Just see the replay as well on that, where it all went wrong. Mortal taking a massive rotation and getting punished rightly so by Gaga, and I think it all just goes wrong from here, really. I mean, scratch your car. Oh no, is it how it went down? Oh yes, it did. Oh, it only gets worse.
Basically a car crash moment. All the while, phase 2 has popped up, and it's centralized around that northeastern side. Hacienda, San Martin. You have the Picado Hills. It's all the kind of haven to be. Hot property inside this phase 2 shift. Rico Infinity did lose Ida at the hands of a third party, by the way, from CONQUEROR Iraq. I don't know if you noticed that yourself while they were looking for a couple of the members of 4K. 1Million,
yes,
though.
Indeed.
They do continue to have the spread, and they might want to rethink how deep they are on that spread and scale back across the road, stick together as a full squad.
Yeah, the right decision, I think, for 1Million. They've got the comfortability of that building. They don't need to really push this. You've gotten what you can take for now in 4K, but Rico Infinity Esports, they've got a high ground. They've got the power in their hands to be able to take that fight and to cross that road. Right, as you mentioned, they shouldn't have to do it unless they want to make a mistake, like 4K just did before them. Rico Infinity Esports still under that control, taking the 1-2 split. You can see Prestige is on the outside. Not finding anything for now, though. YaLLa has found himself in some sort of cover, but it's unresettable. That's the only problem. 4K Esports, yes, they survived, but they put themselves in such a pickle that there is no way out, really, for 4K, and they're going to lose YaLLa whether they like it or not.
Teams are rotating on that western side of this phase 2. Twisted Minds, Kaz, K12 playing through Tumasera, but not really yet inside the circle. Becomes a bit trickier when they do enter, as they have to go across the road and scale up the power grid hill. It's going to be easier said than done.
Still, Rico Infinity Esports, they claim that kill Imperium. There it goes, 2 down for 4K Esports. And my idea shit, I think, is a little bit disappointing. 4K expects them to try come out with something stronger, and I think, as you said, and we said together, that this was the opportunity for them to be able to get these points on board, but a simple mistake costs them, and now the zone shift away only gets worse. They lost their position into the zone, and the zone shifts away from them to where they have to go back in onto Rico Infinity Esports, and here KONQUEROR as well, as the zone shifts away to that more western side, and the power, literally inside power grid right now, where you really look towards RTG, they're the ones now with the onus on them. Can they keep that control in the center? Because doing so with so many teams around them is going to be very difficult indeed.
The best thing they can do is just scale back a little bit, not be completely flat, but also allow other teams to pick on each other first, and then they can find the opportunities to third party. Stalwart UAE, also in a hell of a position. I love the fact that they're committing to what looks like a 3-1 split with easy scaling on the El Pozo mountainside. He's able to get vast amounts of information on where the likes of Twisted Minds are, where the likes of RTG, Rad as well on the northern side of the road. How informed communication-wise is he with the rest of his team to allow the rest of his team to really use that information to their advantage?
Yeah, and a similar thing, I think Rad as well can take advantage of that high ground on the mountains just above them. Also, when you look towards really KONQUEROR, they can even wrap around on that south side. A similar thing can be done, Imperium, on those Picado hills. You can try to take that information on the south side. It's still the high point of Picado, barely on the edge of that southeastern side of the zone. And as much as you can take advantage of that, it's not looking so great though for 4K. They're going to lose another Triple D. Will confirm a third, and Golden, yes, they revived him, but he's in a smoking vehicle. He's really got nowhere to go. It's going to have to be a very lonely, long rotation game for 4K as they do dip into 1 million once more, who have already moved up, secured themselves this comfortable location. Always 1 million. They will go for this compound just around San Martin. We've seen them twice in Miramar before go for this exact point. Falcon tried to challenge them in the past, had to move away, and I expect the same thing will happen because 1 million is such a powerful position. However, it is outside the zone, so they do need to wrap around behind that mountain to try to get a little bit more availability in safety in the end of phase 3.
Really been impressed with Twisted Minds' rotations in the first half of this game. They scaled the edge, but they haven't overcommitted to one position. They've given themselves absolutely fantastic exit strategies within these first 3 circles, and they're using it to their advantage. Great spread. They are now starting to get closer to Rad, though. Rad have a spread themselves. You can see the next phase is about to pop up. 1 million in a cluster of a fight with Triple D. KONQUEROR Iraq could be joining in on the fun as well.
Yeah, another hard shift though, back onto power grid Imperium, and actually RTG, they gave up that position. They went straight over to the high ground, and I think that makes a lot of sense. You won't really, particularly in this zone, want to be challenging over power grid. I think to control around the hills, though, that's certainly a great entrance point. You don't want to make sure you're also kept out of it, or in a situation like this, where you actually find yourself on the low ground and in some sort of danger zone. 1 million Esports, they found their targets, but Triple D, they have some safety in that dip, and KONQUEROR on the opposite end are also stopping 1 million from entering on in. It's just about surviving here for Triple D.
We're on the cusp of the circle outside of the blue zone. That dip is safety in terms of getting peaked, but it's at risk of nades. Twisted Minds now pushing in. They go past, well not past, they go in somewhat around Rad, and they are facing the brunt of headquarters. They've been able to at least pick up one elimination and a knock. So now, the side of headquarters, they're just down to 2 Highland.
And it's only looking worse for the bottom teams. It's down to 1 Imperium. Enemies also going to fall. And Twisted Minds, they only jump up even further to try grab those kills. Well, he can try to take advantage of this. He's spraying down. He finds 1. But now his position knowing, can he find a second on Ridge? Just a little bit too much to find the extra angle on in. I don't think they'll be saving enemy either. And, well, he takes his losses down to the solo player. But Twisted Minds, they're greeting for that kill. They are giving themselves the opportunity to get caught on the edge of that zone, moving in closer to the blue. Now they have to move further back, further forward into the zone itself, and they don't have that information or that luxury as much, having to waste that time reading their revive. A beautiful shot, though, from Big O's. You've got to give it to him as headquarters. They will fall out in 14.
The one thing that Twisted Minds maybe failed to pull off, and it's something we see from teams that play Edge of Circle, is that they fail to really get aggressive at the right moment in the game. They end up winning the fight, but they did suffer a couple of casualties. YaLLa, I have a lot of hopes for this YaLLa team this year. Sanji is the newest addition to the roster as far as I know. However, they still have Powerful and Bandar, absolute veterans of the game. Ragnar as well joining suit. Hoban, I'm not really too familiar with him as a player, but once again, I continue to have a lot of hope for this YaLLa team and roster in 2022.
Well, we've seen what they can do, and we've seen the results that they gave in 2021, and it was massive for them. They have to repeat that. It's a new fresh start. Triple D going to fall down in 13th, though, and Conqueror following suit, I think, shortly after could be the case. As they are also going to struggle for their position inside of zone. They got the edge, but it's a low in the flats is where they have it. And Falcons with the high ground, they can eagle eye down onto them and be able to snipe them from that entrance on in. And is this high ground? Again, if Falcons controlling, it's where these teams want to be, not inside of the power grids, on the edge, on the highs, to be able to look down on all the information possible for these squads.
As we get into this next circle shift, it does center up quite nicely onto power grid. A little bit of buildings in play. I absolutely love KONQUEROR Iraq's 3-1 split on the edge of the previous circle. Unfortunately, it's just the RNG where the circle is low-key going to keep them in the face. But that one player, Riva, has technically been able to get more information on the likes of NASR, on the likes of Dukan. Let's see how they play around it.
They're still trying KONQUEROR. They are going for that push. Katam, ooh, finds it though, but it's by the hands never alone. It instantly silences them down, and that'll be the entrance way for Falcons in onto power grid. They're looking for the control they've already had, but they all inside of the compound to scatter out, and Falcons clean as ever inside now the edge of the zone, but they have to go further. For the most part, now power grid outside of the play, and I actually worry for Falcons because getting outside of that, if that zone shifts south, you have to have that stability. You have to try and make that move on to Rico and DDD Esports because it is going to be very tricky to exit out of power grid on that south side.
Yes and no. The way the circle has shifted, you're at that point in the game where you can't really focus on what's in front of you. You have to clear what's behind you first, and you just hope for dear life that the circle is much closer to you in the next phase. That's why you get why Falcon have just edged into the circle, but haven't really gone too deep. They want to cover KONQUEROR Iraq behind them. But Stalwart UAE, they start the engagement onto Rad. Satan gets one, but it's going to get knocked in return.
It is 2-3 down for Stalwart. Rad, they're still alive. They go for the revive. Risky with Easy still there in the fight. He's quick in the nade. He's looking for the angle. But into geometry right. No, it's not. It's Dalehaven blows him up in the face with a nade in his hand. And Stalwart, just like that, erased from the first match round. It's not over yet for them. Another nade. This one may be true as it goes in onto the smoke. A long one. It will miss. It tickles set up on the edge as the smoke now dissipates, so that ain't a little bit more vulnerability. Goes in for the buggy. Has the edge of the hill to his hand. He goes for a risky rotation indeed in the midst of Kasara, but gets away with it. Now in the smoke. Another shot through the spray. Won't find it. Now he has himself behind a rock. Goes for the next move, but I don't think he can reset from there. All the meanwhile, Rico Infinity Esports here in Imperium, they moved into the fight against Falcons. It's the opposite way we imagined it. And Falcons burning, trying to find something for themselves, but 2 for 1. Grenade for Rico Infinity Esports and make it almost a triple with a molly onto Khan, forcing him out from the edge of his team. Cannot go for the revive, has to go for the fight, and Molly to try breathe some space, as they will lose the third. He's all down to himself, but there's nothing that he can do. Katana goes down, and Rico for the Esports, they take the fight on the power grid.
Yeah, Skaton, they got 2 for the price of 1 with that nade. Can't argue with it. Rico Infinity was still Falcon that pushed on to Rico Infinity, by the way, and I don't hold it against them. Just Rico Infinity had their wits about them, had the information, like I said, that golden aid, got a 2 for 1. Can't ask for a better deal. More eliminations for Rico Infinity. They are now up to 5 with their circle shifts down south. They're outside of it. It heads towards YaLLa. It's YaLLa's opportunity to clean up this chicken dinner, but KONQUEROR, they're on the east and they're still a full squad.
The zone is shifted south though, and that is going to cause some difficulty here for Rico Infinity team. Falls to Twisted Minds the furthest away from the zone. They have to make the push in. Can't imagine how though. I mean, Twisted Minds, it's all about taking this slow for these up north. On the south though, on the Cardi, they will be the next victims of this first match, and YaLLa securing those away on the south side. We're not done quite in a moment. RTG also stepping further forward for the fight, trying to take advantage of the third party, but the rock in between them will give them some breathing room.
RTG are playing this wonderfully overall. Kazram getting knocked is obviously a little bit of a kick in the face, but they're pinching YaLLa. They're pushing YaLLa closer towards KONQUEROR, therefore technically creating just a tiny bit more of an entry point on that southwestern edge. They knew that they were getting the best of Rad earlier on, so they were able to move in towards that more southern edge of the circle. Great play by your RTG.
And YaLLa, they are trying to now pressure onto KONQUEROR because they need that entrance on into the zone. They need some space. And in amongst the valley itself, they lose hope and go for the revive. They can take it slow, but inside of phase 6, they have some space afforded to them. It's a zone still to close in. Most of these players have now entered on inside of it, but Twisted Minds aren't so lucky as they'll be the next to fall. RTG using though that space, because with Twisted Minds out, that gives the opportunity to RTG on this more western side. Yes, it is going to be slightly more open, but as we said, that rock stops them YaLLa from shooting onto RTG. They've got those dips that can exit round on the side of Rad. They have the entrance on in and they're going for it, but a beautiful angle from Powerful does take down KS9. And now down to 2. This Volt, Vito are trying their best. They have now the vehicle going to be blowing up against them. They have to be careful, it does tickle them down, but none will fall from it. YaLLa on top. Kanji, he's actually a threat. Didn't even spot him, Imperium. He's already on top of him. He's waiting. He doesn't have the nade. He can't actually throw one straight down onto it. That's what he wished he had. Instead, he's trying to scout him out, find the angle. He gets one. He gets a beautiful peek over. Can he get the double, though? It's a 1 for 1. But look how aggressive he is. He's being caught out by KONQUEROR as well and will fall down.
Beautiful play by Sanji. Unfortunately, the third party does see him get put under pressure a little bit too much. RTG, they get burned to a crisp. Out of here, down to our top 5. The circle shifting up north gave a little bit more comfortability to the members of Rico Infinity. KONQUEROR as well, continuing to hold down and control the eastern side, while YaLLa, they pushed down south onto RTG. They benefited, but now they have to move in to the circle.
And it's this solo players. We had it in Nigma as well, but this time around it's Dukan, 2 Imperium, the solo surviving in them to the final 5. Rad also reduced down to 1. They'll have doing exactly the same on the outside of zone. Not so fortunate, does not have the building to protect himself. KONQUEROR, they spy though. This push in onto YaLLa. But YaLLa having none of it. 2 clean ones for them. Sanji doesn't even fall down. And KONQUEROR are reduced practically to nothing. is Reba, the only one now alive. Goes back for the healing. Ragnar still there on the edge of that zone 2. Can't even wrap around to try to find the final one. On the opposite end, Rico Infinity Esports have now entered into the house. It is knock time to die for Dukan, as they think they might have found him. Maybe not, though. Maybe not, as Gringo is staying still, hasn't moved a muscle. This is all down for Rico Infinity. Versus here, YaLLa. I think they've got the bigger eyes on the squad. It is their bigger threat, but Gringo could upset them here.
Love how YaLLa reacted. Off the back of taking down 2 of the CONQUEROR players, they actually went on the opposite direction because they knew this is a better lip of the hill to control. And the fact that they took down 2 of the CONQUEROR players knew that they could move into that position without getting stabbed in the back. Perfect execution by YaLLa, but can they close this game out?
Still, it is Gringo. Do not forget. There he goes. Straight away, they found him. Prestige will not have it. They head out on the fine flank here for YaLLa, who are trying just to do that themselves. Flank around Rico Infinity team. Rico Infinity Esports here. Prestige versus Powerful on the edge. More, though, doubled up on the left side. Hoping trying to make that flank on the opposite end. Find some angle further forward. The zone has gone into Rico Infinity Esports' hands. So it's all on them. They control the hill. They have the zone. There's YaLLa on their side to be able to make the move. And their armor as well here, Imperium, it's not looking great. Yes, they got a tier 3s, but you can see it. It's highly damaged. And maybe a slightly extended fight here towards the end. That could be the difference maker.
YaLLa do have the low ground. They can peek up and shoot. And they have the body advantage. They got to use that. They can't allow Rico Infinity to breach in the strongest way. But how are Rico going to enter into this fight? How are they going to turn the body disadvantage around in their favor?
It's the zone. That's what it's all about. They got to hope they can use that zone as a third man. Or a fourth man here, as you say, equalize it to the 4v4. The zone is closing in. Sanju Ragnar feeling that effect of it first, as they do have to move further forward into the eyes. The line of sight is the smoke's still there, but they will dissipate with time. And YaLLa are trying to play for that time to allow the smokes to fade, have that information on where these sneaker Rico Infinity Esports members really are. SK Ton still not moving. Big find one. Can they find a shot? No, they do not. No one goes down to a share. YaLLa still spraying in. Prestige so low. Bandar as well, trying to fire back, but equally cannot find a trade. He goes down, and YaLLa, they found their entrance in. There comes the second. And SK Ton is the one him. The 1v4 is in the house, but there's nowhere to run, my man. And it's only now find one. But here is the rest of the show. Can he get it? No, he cannot. And YaLLa, they take the first game away.
Can't ask for a better execution from YaLLa. They took their time. They closed that game out wonderfully. One thing that I loved about those moments, Highland, is the fact that they kept on moving around on the underside of that hill. When you have 2 to 3 players moving around on the underside of the hill, it makes it a lot harder for the Rico Infinity players to track it. Yes, the one in the shack technically was able to use that TPP situation to at least get a bit of information, but because they're constantly moving around, you're not sure when you can pull the trigger. You're not sure if you can pull your trigger. And YaLLa played that to perfection. I said I want to see them do well. Seeing it right now. Game 1 chicken dinner, job done.
And the beautiful way as well in which they played for that time to be able to allow those smokes to dissipate. They knew that if they go in straight away, they don't know where those Rico Infinity members are, and they don't have that information. The moment those smokes so dissipate, that's their opportunity. Yes, they had less armor protection compared to Rico Infinity. They maybe didn't have a stronger equipment, but they used the 4th man that they had, and that's what you were talking about, to double up on that 1v1 that they had, take out Bandar. They took out the second, and from there was a 3rd Rico Infinity member that wasn't even being used in the fight, so a little bit disjointed there. I think they hoped they would try to flank around the other way and surprise them in the building, but YaLLa, they don't fall for such simple tricks, and as a result, we do take the chicken dinner away. Duke and No, that's really where I'm really looking for those points and placements to get that third, or Dunak, sorry, should I say, for the third position here. Yeah, Dunak, to get that third position. The solo, we saw it from Nigma in exactly this Miramar map yesterday. That's crucial for them because they were one of those teams that were low on the leaderboard at the start of today.
Yeah, they were coming into today with a total of 23 points in 11th place. And considering at the start of the broadcast or coming into today's games, there's like 19 points 11 points dividing 10th and 16th. Indeed, Dunak getting that third, guaranteed 10 placement points. Plus, I think they did still get a couple of elimination points. It's not the prettiest way, but when it's all about qualifying for the first Super Weekend, you do what you have to do. You mentioned about the heel strap being pulled off, for example. That's something that we've seen time and time again in Sanhok, for example, in previous tournaments. Dunak, that last player in the shack, did what he needed to do to secure those points. You really can't argue with it. To go a little bit back to that final fight, though, between Rico and YaLLa, if I was to kind of put a little bit of negative on Rico's positioning, they should have had 2-1. That one player in the shack and the two players on the side of the hill. Because the only way they were ever really going to challenge YaLLa is if they took that hard lip away from YaLLa. But because Bandar was scaled behind the shack on the hard lip side, there was no real breach point for, I think, what was the third player from Rico Infinity Prestigio to really do anything with that. So that would be my only kind of negative for how Rico Infinity played that final fight positioning wise. It was always going to be difficult, but they could have made it a little bit harder for YaLLa.
Yeah, difficult, but I think we expected some of these teams overall in the top 5, even KONQUEROR, also RTG, making it into that 4th, 5th respective place also. And yes, we expected these top leaderboard teams to get into those final placement points, but at the bottom of that leaderboard, it's still all up in the air, Imperium, because you've got the likes of Headquarters, also 4K Esports, who didn't do very well. Even 1Million Esports, who are down there too, they didn't get the points that they could have gotten in this game to try challenge up to that top of the leaderboard. And as a result, that bottom of the standings still very deadly for them all.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Rad, definitely not as unhealthy as the side of Dunak were, but still had 39 points. If we're looking at, also, we do need to consider that PMPLs are a lot more familiar to teams this year compared to even like a year ago, right? So there is that bit more of a familiarity of what is the general cutoff point. It can change per region, it can change per split, but you're looking at between a kind of 40 to 45 point cutoff, right? And coming into today, Rad had 39. They get themselves in this game, and I know we'll have the points on it, but they got themselves 12. To me, that's automatic qualification for the Super Weekend secured for Rad. A little bit similar for Dunak. They have a bit more to go, but it's all about getting above that cutoff point. So the rest of the day is a lot easier. It's a lot less pressurizing, and you don't need to worry about making big mistakes.
Yeah, especially considering that all of these teams have played one of their games, and now we are also, yes, waiting for those highlights to get you on. If you have missed a little bit at the start of the game, we're going to bring it to you very soon. But I think you have to also mention some of these teams now coming in, yes, to the second game. Well, you've also got to follow up now on Erangel, because you have those bigger threats of 963. You have those bigger threats of Nigma Galaxy joining up. Even to an extent, Revolution, they're also joining into that second game, Imperium. Now, what we have seen them do previously on that first day has been immense work, particularly on those surviving, taking away the points, taking away these kills from these lower placed teams. Now, they've lost their opportunity. Without them, how are they going to fare with that pressure? Because, as you said, it's not so bad about getting in the end of the Super Weekend, but you have to still get there, even albeit if you are struggling a little bit or not. The best opponent moments, though, for our first game. They are here, and you can see them headquarter trying their best to take down Twisted Minds at the start, but as we all know too well here in Imperium, it didn't go quite so well there for headquarter.
No, it really didn't. Twisted Minds were somewhat lucky to get away with that team fight because I don't think they were as aggressive as they should have been coming in from the northern edge outside of the circle. I love their early rotations from Twisted Minds. It's part of the reason why coming into this day they clearly are in the upper end of the leaderboard. We then moved on towards this fight between Rico Infinity and Falcons. Again, I don't hold it against Falcons. I think they played it in as good as they could have. We didn't quite see the full breach between Falcon and Rico Infinity, so it's hard to tell absolutely perfectly, but I don't think Falcons could have done much more than what they tried to do.
No, it's unlucky you get that 2-for-1 grenade, as we said. It just was so over from that point for Falcons to try survive, and you can see the final play there where YaLLa just surround the rest of Rico Infinity Esports, taking that first win of the day. It has been, though, a case where we have to see, can they keep that momentum up? There's been a question in day one. Can they do it? As we head to a break before we get to game number 2. We'll see you then. We're back, everyone, to the PMPL Spring Split for Arabia 2022. My name is Hannah Wolf, and we're joined by the wonderful Imperium beside me this time around for what has been so far one game of our 5 today, and that where was where, if I can speak English right here, YaLLa Esports.
How?
Where was, you know, YaLLa, anyway, they took the chicken dinner. We're going straight into it, though, Imperium. Give me your thoughts real quick.
Yeah, just a clean game one overall. Twisted minds, like I said, impressed me with the way they've reacted to the early circle shifts. K12, why weren't you rotating quicker? Come on, you're better than that. You got to recognize the situation. And YaLLa dominated with the amount of elimination points they got executed chicken dinner. A blueprint overall on how to play that kind of terrain, because they weren't in the easiest of position in the circle. They weren't in the easiest of trains, but between good communication and good proactivity, massively deserved. But game 2 is now upon us, Highland Wolf. We're flying over the world of Erangel. Let's get the show on the road.
Oh, how green it looks, so Imperium, in a similar zone to, oh, should I say playing path here as well. It's going over Stalwart to the end of George Pole. And just actually Sam. Ooh, I was so close. I thought I got it. But it's a similar playing path nonetheless as it goes over Everest. That's going to be interesting though. We saw actually what was the case. Not in Georgia Pole fighting for this time. It was actually around Pachinki, Gatka Fields. This is where all of those teams Imperium love to drop in. I have a feeling that we are going to see something similar in our 2 games today.
Triple D, Stalwart UAE, KAMIKAZE. 3 teams not playing in this game too. That does open the door for Headquarters Revolution and the teams down in the bottom standings to grab some important points. Because you highlighted in game 1 how kind of 2 of the top 3 weren't playing in game 1. Sometimes it's actually more important for the teams that are much closer to you to not be competing in that game, because technically you can gain a few extra points in that regard, because it's basically just a little bit more attainable, putting yourself in the shoes of teams 2 to 3 positions above you than 10 positions above you. So we'll have to wait and see how it works out for the teams down at the bottom.
Yeah, I definitely think it's the last chance, right? I mean, you've still got a lot of those players as teams, albeit I think KAMIKAZE the exception to there in Group D, that are also fairly high up in the leaderboard, so it does give you again some space to try catch up to them, but it's always going to be a lot harder. We have, of course, some of the top teams now playing as well. I think a big opportunity here for the Mind Weapon as well, joining in from Group E for their first game of the day, also very much in need of those points alongside the other 3 we already talked about. And can see also that first phase on the map is going to be a kind one once more. I feel like, as we were saying in Zute yesterday, we've used up all the map coins, you know, in the arcades of PUBG Mobile, and we have used up all of the mean zones on yesterday's maps.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't, man. You can always find a golden coin in your pocket. You can always. You just gotta look. You gotta look in between the chairs of the sofa. You know, you'll be able to find a load of mean circle coins in there. Just have a look. I'm sure it's like that buried treasure. You know. But the good thing is that it is a very healthy phase 1. It does mean that the core positions of this phase 1 circle aren't really as kind of core as if they were in phase 2, phase 3. I don't think we're going to see a massive amount of teams full send it to kind of Potato Hill, full send it to South Pachinki Hill, full send it to kind of that west of Hedgehog Hills compound, because you just don't know where phase 2 is going to go. Phase 2 will give a much bigger indication on what direction the circle is going to head towards, and they'll give a much bigger idea on how teams should look to position themselves.
Yeah, as you said, it's going to be a very fair first phase zone for these players, and I think, again, can expect these players to try to be passive. Very passive in that first game, though, mind you, for the most part. Yes, we saw a couple mistakes there from 4K, and we can point those out as a couple kills went to the early game, but minus that, All of the teams very respectful of each other. I think the only thing you can see these teams really trying to do in this second day is trying to spread out as much as possible, trying to scout out as much terrain as they can possibly garner and take up as much space as they can garner as well.
RTG have a very interesting spread for this start of the game. They did have 2 players on the western edge of Yasnaya, one in the compounds in between Rosock and Yasnaya, and one inside Rosock. It's not something that you usually see. Well, Dunak, they go into Gatka, they might be able to pick up the kill as a Revolution player.
Revolution going forward. Smoker, he managed to find a 1v4 here yesterday. Can he find another success? Yes, he gets one. Dunak already going to lose life, but he goes for the first in a reef. Punishes him for that and will even find a revive back as Rex. He's trying his best to jump on in. This could be an opportunity for them to try and find some safety. Had to let life go. And as a result, Lake now left in the wayside. A reef back into the 1v1, but here comes the rest of his team, and Rex already dead, doesn't even need it. As a reef punishes down the second. The rest of Dunak coming further forward into the fight, but Revolution, they are here also. 2 more.
Don't go too deep, Reef. You're essentially on your own. Your other 2 teammates are much further away in terms of the buildings of this compound. Now he's going to be pushing forward. Confirmed kill on the Rex. Smoker still bleeding out. The 2 remaining players of Revolution, they're in a pretty decent spot, but they're also getting blanketed over. They're getting angled at from each side, so they have very little condition to move.
They are moving further forward. The Revolution, they step further into the building, trying to make sure they can control it. They actually pop shot down Al-Haji onto Reef. And that will be now down to back to 2, actually. Clever Gringo are still there. Haji looking to single it out to a solo. Clever Gringo, though. They get the Reef back to the opposite end of the building. Haji's having none of it, but he might just take it all. Yes, he does. Clever finds the bullets, cannot find a second, though. And now will it be QHT almost getting spotted out at the edge of the smoke? Fair pop after pop from each of the teams, but they both need to revive.
This is a bit of a dirty team fight that we're seeing right now. Gringo's doing a hell of a job. Goes for the drop shot. Can't quite let it work out. He goes back into the building. It's a 1v1.
1v1, but it's an into nothing here. Here Imperium is Dunak Esports take down by Revolution. And it will actually find revives onto the 2 here as well.
It was a bit of a dirty fight, like I said. It's not something that you expect to see early in these games. And yeah, Revolution were definitely lucky to overall come out on top because they had the body disadvantage. I'd highlighted that it looked like Dukan were going for a bit of an angle on either side. But whether it's just kind of indecisive decision-making or poor decision making, but they didn't go for it. They allowed the reset to come on to make it a 3v3. They then got the counter knock 3v2, and it went from bad to worse for Dukan in the end. It's one of those things. Hopefully Dukan can learn from it.
Still, there are scouting happening on the other end here. Falcon sussing out the rest of 4K on Potato Hill, have already secured one end of it. 4K stepping further forward, but I don't think anything should arise out of it. You can see on the map on your right the positions inside of that zone. Of course, Falcon, they do need to push a little bit further forward with time, but they're in no rush. They can just stay there for now, and this should be what we see from, I think, all of these teams here, Imperium. About positioning. How much can they go forward? How much can they scout?
This is what I love about the likes of YaLLa. They're doing what I kind of said in terms of not committing too deep to the center of the circle. And having Everest under control, they know that there's at least 2 teams that drop around the north of George. So having that high ground elevation where they're able to get information on both the north and south side of where they're located, it's perfect exit strategy leading into phase 2 is about to pop up. It does shift over to the northeastern side. Everest is firmly still in play. The question is, will YaLLa stay there? Will they commit to more of an Everest position? Possibly 3-1? It could work out, but that would, of course, compromise the control they have in Everest.
Yeah, I think they can stay there, though, for now. They can try to find the information on K-12. My only concern is they have to be careful of being wrapped behind from, and that's why you see actually one of the YaLLa squad, I believe they're powerful on the back end, just making sure that they don't take those compounds behind the mountainside. So they still have that exit strategy, as you said, and that's a smart play coming through from them to be able to take that fight, if need be, in some sort of comfortable position. The zone also closing around Gatka Fields. We will see those teams who, again, relenting from wanting to go in onto Gatka earlier on, will now be forced to.
But you notice, Highland, that the difference between phase 1 and phase 2, the amount of teams that are going for a deeper center circle position. Phase 1, nobody went for that kind of massively deep center circle position. Phase 2 pops up, you see 5 to 6 teams instantly shifting towards the center. That's the difference that I talked about with what we saw in phase 1 compared to phase 2.
It's all about also the terrain there. Gatka is noticeably fairly flat compared to the rest of Erangel to Imperium. So these teams understanding that the buildings here around Gatka, that's where the importance lies, and making sure that you have the position already set, because you are in that central pit of the zone. Yes, you might have set yourself in a trickier position to get out, but because you're in the center of zone, it's less likely to hard shift away from you.
Chopsticks, one of the Revolution players is there. A nice nade by 1million. We're a little bit late to the party, but does get a bit of damage on one of the Revolution players. Gets a knock, going to confirm the kill. 1million taking control of Chopsticks.
They are still moving further forward, trying to find some sort of possibility. In up to Chopsticks, rare Revolution on the other end. There's space for them, but they ain't getting the front end of those Chopsticks. That belongs to 1million here in Gatka. Such a strong position in slap bang, practically the center of this zone. 1million, I'm curious to see what they're going to do with it, though, Imperium, because we know from the past that they have struggled to hold compounds despite being in the center before.
If you had 1million, what would you do?
Oh, I would... You know what I would do? I would make a version of PUBG Mobile where 1million players can enter into the battlefield. That is what I would do.
Okay. Firstly, you didn't confirm what I meant by 1million. I didn't say any currency. I just meant if you had
players.
team 1million, what would you do? You know? Didn't clarify the question.
I was getting too excited, you know. I got too excited about my game mode ideas.
Imagine a game where you could have 1million players.
I don't. Yeah, the phones couldn't handle that. I think the phones need upgraded. Maybe in a few years' time. There's a zone. It shifts over towards that western side. Still 1million, though. They are going to be on the edge of that zone to the eastern side, Imperium. But Pachinki still in play, but I'm actually curious about those hills just to the southwest of Pachinki, though, Imperium, actually, where you do see some of the players already situated themselves.
Also, you have that compound that's just to the west of Pachinki. Church is going to be a core part of this phase 3 circle. I really hope we don't see too many teams committing to Pachinki in this early stages of the game. At the end of the day, it's still only phase 3. I've got to say, these circle shifts in the first 2 games have been pretty harsh. They've kicked a lot of teams in the face. They've ping-ponged back and forth across both games so far. And I do feel sorry for the teams. I have a lot of sympathy. NASR in a core spot of this phase 3 more on the northern edge, so they'll be able to get information on teams who are maybe going for a bit of a wider rotation from the west or the east. You can still hold on to the high grounds on the eastern edge of the circle. Plus, there's a few compounds that are on that east Pachinki field area, which you can use to your advantage. As of right now, only kind of 4K is hovering around that area.
Yeah, 963, of course, having that also areas themselves on the hillside. That's what we're really talking about in around that center of the zone. I think here, the only real benefit of not only having the, obviously, center of the zone and the high ground is that around this area too, Imperium, is fairly flat. So it's going to be much more difficult for these teams to be able to, or should be more difficult for these teams to jump up and to be able to backstab 963. If they have the split, and this is what we're looking for, to be able to control 360 around them.
Wait, here's the thing. What 963 are doing is the right thing. They've got a 3-1 split, and the 3 players are holding the more eastern side of Pachinki Hill. Pachinki Hill is a little bit like Mini Everest, where you can't really control the whole of the hill, so you got to commit yourself to one side. So that if you do see a team looking to breach up on one side of the hill, you're more able to defend that side, right? So how 963 are playing it, I think, does eliminate one of the fears that you potentially mentioned.
Yeah, certainly you do have to obviously be careful of those teams encroaching around them. Still, though, there are a fair few that need to get in onto that zone, and that, of course, being some like YaLLa and also Headquarter, who are in amongst the fight versus Rad. Already losing one on the vehicles, you can see on the approach on in. Now going for that 2-1 split. And I'm curious how our Headquarters really going to handle this, because they have not only Rad to contend with, even if they were to try to drive by and avoid Rad, that it's only getting worse. Not only by the zone shifting away from them, but the fact that you've got even Conqueror there also diving in as that third party.
Oh my god, what a disgusting circle shift. This is the kind of circle shift where, honestly, I don't blame teams going into Pachinki. The biggest part of Pachinki you want to hold on to is the position which Nigma Galaxy has rotated to. That southern side of Pachinki. So you're able to overlook the teams in across the field, the teams that are pushing in. Perfect timing from Nigma. But NASR, they're not far behind.
Yeah, and we said about it, not only NASR, Conqueror as well, were behind Rad quite literally, and they eliminate them all down, but they had to trade, and Rad did get behind them. Dell actually finds the double in around South, also on the front end, and they actually find the pincer in between them. You said perfect elimination of them all, but Twisted Minds are also there just to eliminate that, and unfortunately Rad do not get any further from where they stand. It's all Twisted Minds, so now... Oh, yeah.
Nothing Rad could do, to be fair, in that moment, right? You have that circle shift, you take a fight, you just gotta hope you don't get third parties.
I mean, well, that's what happened to them, unfortunately, Imperium. Twisted Minds, they were there. They had the IQ moment to be able to get them. But I'm still wondering, Twisted Minds, it's not over for them yet. They've got to get up this hill over 963.
They technically don't need to. They can wait down at the lower part and hold on to the anchor point. Because if the next circle kind of shifts up north once again, they can technically go around Pachinki Hill. It's all about how proactive 963 are going to be. And right now, they're looking damn proactive.
Oh, that's proactive as you want. That's as proactive as you get, like Imperium. The confirmed kill on Decatur. He says goodbye. And Dami is now the only one in the front. They have lost their front man. And I think, as you said, Twisted Minds, they are now forced into this position where they have to wait. And they have to pray that either the zone goes back almost towards them, or they can find that flank round. The Mind Weapon as well, trying to do their best to scout further forward, but 963 also will just find another knock. And it's this powerful position, as we said, where they have this split going on, and it can just permanently stop these players from ever approaching up onto the top of this hill.
In my opinion, Twisted Minds do not want this next phase to go down south, because if it does go down south, it gives even more of a stranglehold to 963. They want it up north. They want it closer to Pachinki, because that will shake 963 away just a little bit from the focus of Twisted Minds. But we'll have to wait and see. 1Million, on the other hand, they stuck towards chopsticks on the couple of circles previously, which made sense, but now they have the Mind Weapon iKURD stopping them from breaching into the edge of the circle.
Still, the Mind Weapon, yes, they control it. I am still curious, though, about, as we said, these teams moving in onto Pachinki. I think a lot of these teams, yes, they have moved, but not into the exact front of it. 1Million, though, we talked about the Mind Weapon. They find the 2 executions there. 1Million reduced to only a double. The mine weapon not done yet. Nope. Here come headquarters as well, up to the top of the hill. Only to be greeted by a rain of grenades. As is down to half HP. We did lose enemy. And we only one fool. But they're at the edge of the zone, and they've only got 40 seconds here. Not a lot of time, really, to set up in a situation where you've only got 2 players, especially considering that Ali is rotating around the site.
Phase 5, all the while, is shifted down south, right into the long arms of 963. I love the fact that the mine weapon have been essentially taking 2 fights at once. Onto iKURD, onto 1million, and they're coming out on top of both. 4 eliminations so far for the mine weapon as they clean headquarters up.
It's all that ability to not get drawn into the fight, Imperium. They are able to take just a little bit here of one fight and then take a little bit there of the other, and they grab those 2 kills either way. And as we mentioned in the first game here, just kind of shaving the members of these teams apart down to half, down to 1. As 963 still hold that position. It did go away from Pachinki. It did almost go towards here Twisted Minds, but now, as you said, because it has gone more towards the northern end, 963, they have to maybe move a little bit further up in that hill. It does give some space here to Twisted Minds, despite the fact they are now down to only 2 players.
Yeah, I definitely see where we're coming from with that. I would like to see 963 be a little bit deeper up that hill. They're allowing, more importantly, a couple of teams to enter in on that eastern edge, but they don't really need to worry about Twisted Mind, because Twisted Minds, as you can see, are being picked apart one by one by the 1million.
Albeit, we do see now another roll over. Actually, NASR, Vinicius drawn in. Think we see him. I saw the front of that vehicle ram over the head of the mine weapon, and he finds one. He's going for the second. Will he find it? Oh yes, he does. That double baby for him is the mine weapon. They're being bruised, they're being destroyed, but they're not down just yet. Osama will be returned. Ali's still low, and Osama is the only one alive. He has to carry his entire team, but NASR, they have the upper hand. They have all the cards in their hands here to fight back. One more, they're doing the scouting. They throw the nade over to Ali. Could confirm him down. 4K Esports as well. Gonna fall off on that southern end to Falcons. There goes double. Nice. That's what we were looking for. As YaLLa, they will fall, but so do the mine weapon just after them. 1million. They might be even the 4th to go in a series of knocks as Twisted Minds joining the fray.
Yeah, nothing really Twisted Minds could do. Unfortunately, that circle shifting, although towards them, more in their focus, and they were taken out one by one. 963, I said that they could have been a little bit more up the hill. I get it, but they're very confident with their current spread, and that's what I like to see. Sometimes a team in not the optimal position can still make it work if they're more confident in the least optimal position that they hold on to. However, they're going to have to deal with Falcon as the next circle centers up.
963, they still got that hill though. You said they gave up a little bit of position. They still got some opportunity. You can see they got a 1 ahead, and they do have some space further up front into that zone. But that zone, not really playable in the center for a lot of these players. It goes down into that lower ground towards the center, and that's why you see Imperium, a lot of these teams are not willing to go really so far forward into that zone. They want to try play for the end, not only of course for that, but also as you see on the back end, 12, and all of these other teams who have been so slow to rotate in. Now you can punish them. They don't have the information on them. Nigma, they walk straight into the trap of NASR, the nade over the top of the rainbow, the orange rainbow itself. Will it find it? No, it goes a little bit low. Will the second one, third one find it? No, it does not. I think that third one might. Blows up the vehicle, but they're still alive.
Nothing Nigma can really do. Circle shifting away, they committed to the south of Pachinki. And a wing and a prayer, hoping that the next circles could go towards them. It didn't. They're being taken out. Still 2 players up for them. 1million onto 963. A bit of a backstab by Zakaria. One of the 2 remaining players left. Not out of the woods just yet, though, as they have to swing across. They're going to be taken out. 1million down to just 1 player.
1million, I think it's nowhere for them to go. You can see behind a tree that performing a healing. The medic's the only way to survive now in the blue. is battery. It won't save you from death. Jabal spiked away by 963 equally. Is Messi now turns his head though to Falcons. They also wanting a bit of the action. They take down Zuxi. Now Messi on the front end. Nigma Galaxy will fall as well in the north. But it's all the action on the south. That's where we look at it last. Dipping over the smokes, trying to find that extra information as they find a brilliant angle onto the second, and 963 sandwiched in between them, and also NASR is nowhere for him to go.
Fortunately, Highland Wolf, they dug their own grave by not pushing onto Falcon on the outside of the circle and holding onto the high ground of the hill and being in the valley in the middle. They were pushed by both Falcons and NASR. Good game for 963. I appreciate what they tried to do, but the execution not quite there.
Still, Falcons open the door for them and they're trying their best, but never alone. It's some brilliant read actually to not go for the revive. Use it almost as a bait in taking down one of Falcons' two. Now down to two. We do have to keep in mind there is a third team here, Revolution, surviving also to that third position. Don't think Revolution can really do much here, Imperium. They are so far away from that zone. It's all between NASR here and Falcons, but I think this is NASR's game as they take down two. Last is the only one in front in the nade. So you notice a molly. They're still going to burn him anyways. Has to run back out and immediately punished away. Is now Falcons down. Revolution claims second, but this is NASR's game to lose. Moving further forward. Revolution still closing up the smokes here, Imperium. They are there. NASR stepping further back, giving way to Revolution inside the smoke. You see, have found themselves somehow inside of its zone. Hamco, Hassan, in on the top of the hill. Will avoid the Molotov for now. QHT as well. More smokes deployed. All of the utility to get inside of its zone. But will the flank be there? Will the flank from NASR be able to find the angle onto Revolution?
I love the smoke utility by the Revolution two players. They want either kind of step of the hill, which is the right position to play. Throw smoke to the right, covers a little bit on the right hand side, forces NASR to rethink how they want to enter this engagement.
NASR, they have refought though. They move further forward into the angle that they may need. The bullets go wide though. And now still Revolution reposition themselves, trying to find that angle, trying to find that one pick, Imperium. They need to equalize the fight for the 3v2. But NASR, they hear the first steps. They hear them moving forward. And Batika, they found them. They strike down one. And QHT, there goes a two. And NASR, as we will take the second chicken dinner, Imperium, and do it fantastically with 15 kills.
Yeah, bang on stuff from NASR Esports. They played like a fiddle towards the end. The smokes by Revolution was really good. But what NASR did even better is they actually played into the smokes. By pushing in on those footsteps, they were like the sheepdog and just guiding the sheep into the gate. And what they ended up doing was, because Revolution fell for that bait, Revolution, the two remaining players, pushed away. NASR then pushed back up the hill, put them into a corner, and they took the two players out. So as much as those smokes are really good by Revolution, they needed to be a little bit more kind of proactive with those smokes. They needed to actually play into those smokes, because NASR would have been caught out in that regard. Again, the job was always going to be tough when you have the body disadvantage, but they still could have played it just a bit more aggressively, because they had nothing to lose at that point, right? They went down, they would have gone down swinging. In the end, they went down in the corner, crying for their mothers. No, I joke. But it was a good effort by Revolution. But NASR played that game really well.
Still, though, NASR, you got to give it to me, as you say, 15 kills. It wasn't just against Revolution, though. It was the dominance we had on that final position through all of those teams that tried to come up to them against, I think, Falcons against 963. We saw also herded in onto that ravine almost in between the two hills, either between Falcons and also NASR. And then you even had 1Million trying their best, but also sniped away. And this was where NASR, they took that control almost away from 963, who had that ability to have the game in their hands, but they just couldn't, as we do switch over to that overall rankings. So, and we get to see how far that puts them in the lead, 105 points. Imperium, we've got 3 more games to go, man, and they're already over the triple digits.
Yeah, they're looking comfortable. So now it's a matter of NASR maybe testing a couple of things with their remaining 2 games. Nigma Galaxy, 1 game behind, but they are 40 plus points behind NASR Esports at least. YaLLa in second is definitely a good thing. 963, really happy with overall how they played that game. Puts them in 4th. I'm really curious with Twisted Minds. They have Rokus on their side. PMGC player formerly of Unicorns of Love. So he does bring that wealth of experience and knowledge against some of the top teams in the world to this region, to the Twisted Minds team. So I'm curious on how over the next couple of weeks that's going to twist the mind play, the mindset, and the gameplay of Twisted Minds.
We got the dad joke in there. We had one yesterday. We got one today, boys. It's continuing on. The streak is 2 for 2 today. Is RTG Esports KURDSQUAD. They are in the 9th position there, Imperium, 45 points. But it's all at the bottom of that leaderboard is where we're looking at. And KAMIKAZE in that 16th position, 21 points. And that is the deadline for them. Not far away, though, when it comes to the rest of these teams. Tied. In fact, it's 1Million Esports in that 17th spot. Single digits of points, between elimination and getting
they're on the same points. They're on the same points. That's wild. That's wild. But the one thing to consider, the Mind Weapon iKURD do have an extra game in hand, and they're only 6 points behind the likes of KAMIKAZE and 1Million.
Right.
Now, the points that they've garnered so far doesn't correlate to an average of 6 points per game. So it is still a bit of an uphill battle for them. But the fact that they're within touching distance, they're in kind of like, oh, we can see it. We can see it. Like me looking at a burger that I just can't quite get my hands on. It's there. They just need to find it. They need to take it. And at the end of the day, like it's not outside the realms of possibility, right? So let's see what they can do in their remaining 3 games.
Okay, but if you had a burger, Imperium, what flavor would it be on the land of PUBG Mobile? What would be like the burger that you would sell?
Do you call a burger a flavor?
Like, no, like, okay, I see what you mean.
Like,
here.
a lollipop has a flavor. You know,
like, what
a drink has a flavor. But you don't Man, what flavor of burger?
It could be like a beef burger, or it could be like a lamb burger, you know. It could be like... It could depend.
Generally, you know? A chicken burger, you know, a lovely deep
fried
chicken burger with some fresh lettuce. Exactly, especially because it's PUBG Mobile with a winner chicken dinner burger.
Oh yeah,
some nice lettuce, some tomato, a little bit of mayonnaise either side, and a little bit of onion. There you go. That's to me, that's the perfect winner chicken dinner burger.
See now you know at home how to make friends with Imperium. Just take him out for a burger with exactly those ingredients.
Okay.
that's what we're looking for. Is we also, I mean, how to go back to that second game. It's lovely as it was there for NASR, and also lovely though for some of those other teams. And I think a slight disappointment again for some of those squads. Yeah. I mean, you talked about it. Headquarters, again, falling down 1Million. Yes, they were able to push a little bit higher, but still fell down without really as many kills as they would have liked, by the positions they would have liked. So it is, again, the same teams we're seeing here consistently on the bottom of that leaderboard here.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's fair as we look at the Oppo moments that, of course, Dunak were just one of the unfortunate teams to suffer in the hands of Revolution. They shouldn't have lost the fight, but they did, and that meant that they only got themselves 1 point, 1 elimination point from the previous game. and they just need to avoid the early action. They need to try and play a little bit more intelligently if they can into the late game.
Still a nice 6-3. We saw the controller of Twisted Minds. I mean, they certainly felt themselves being put down into that 8th position on the leaderboard. Could not get up that hillside. And neither was the case for so many of those teams. I mean, 1 million, they also had the same problem. Yes, it was Twisted Minds who tried to distract them, but ultimately got taken out first. And as we see in the future, 1 million then pressing further forward. I think props to vote. If we had to point out one bottom team though, Imperium, the Mind Weapon iKURD, who were exceptional at controlling their own side of that hill.
And it's interesting because NASR were on the kind of northern side of those first early circles, right? They waited and they went from the north over to the west at the perfect time, where the Mind Weapon had done the majority of the work. Then NASR came in and we're like, okay, thank you, but we'll take over now. They did on the west, and then they controlled the rest of the game. But you're dead right about the Mind Weapon. They were taking like 2 fights at once at one stage, right? So that control was clearly there, and it deserves to be highlighted, as you correctly pointed out.
Yeah, unfortunately, NASR, is this what we're calling it now? We just sort of janitored here the rest of the Mind Weapon. He actually stole the game. It was all the Mind Weapon who had the foresight to be able to give this game. They're like, you know, we're not going to get into the first place. You win NASR just to extend your lead. That's what the Mind Weapon were doing. You know, it's actually the 4K moment they were able to use.
It's like having a friend that does the homework for you, and you just like copy off and said, yeah, okay, you know, just change a couple of words and hand it over to the teacher. A+, you get free chicken burger.
Exactly what we did. But we've got to head through to the third game. So who takes the next game? We'll be right back with you after that. PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, partner Wolf, and Imperium. He's waving, boy. Oh, boy, is he waving. And then our beautiful sponsor as well. You're just going to wave for the entire sponsor call out, aren't you, Imperium? Because it is upgraded performance and upgraded fun. And celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Opera Reno 6 series designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. I cannot take you seriously, man.
Hey, look, that was a test for you to see how much you would be distracted through the sponsored call out. You kind of failed, but I'll let you away with it this time. Hey, look, why not? Let's have a bit of fun. Yeah, we're halfway through the day. Well, give or take about halfway through the day, and we're 2 games in. So, you know, we're having a bit more of a scope of what's going on, and we're able to kind of have a bit of fun while seeing what these teams are going to be able to pull out.
Do you know what I would want to see pulled out, Imperium? If I'm going back onto Mirror, I want to see a South Island finish here. I've seen the island all the way to the east. I saw it once in PMGC. Now I want to see the South Island. I've never seen the zone go there. I tried my best, okay, to hope for Oasis, but Oasis is just like a little bit too far, I feel like.
And I don't think in PUBG Mobile I've ever commentated an Oasis finish. I haven't in PUBG, never in PUBG Mobile. So
what?
Yeah, I'd be down for an Oasis
can't believe
finish.
That. I can't believe you captured an Oasis finish in PUBG.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was real good. Yeah, it was real good. I loved it.
These teams though. I love this one. I love about these teams is they're all south side, don't they? And we saw so many of these teams, by the way, dropping over to north. Happy End with Pathlon, Crater Field, Water Treatment, Cruise to Battle. Now they can't do that though. Now they've got to all fight on the south side, where some of these other teams felt a little bit more comfortable. How is that going to change the overall standings of this early game?
We'll have to wait and see. As of course you don't have NASR, Rad, Twisted Minds, and another team participating in this 3rd game of the day. Phase 1 Circle is a big giant kick in the face. This is like 2 out of the 3 games where the Phase 1 Circle has just been in the opposite direction of the playing path. And we asked for an Oasis finish. We could be looking at an Oasis finish. Our prayers, our disgusting, sinister prayers could be answered either way.
Look, it's sad, man, and I'm hoping for sure that it goes there. The only other place I think it could be even more mean, though, is if it went to happen in the Pathlon and Water Treatment, and in that valley in between. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Imperium. It went there? Oh, yes. Are we getting the fighting that we desired?
So, once again, a little bit similar to Phase 1 theory-wise, is the teams have got to recognize the teams that are at least on the eastern and western edge of the circle. They've got to recognize that they have a much easier path line into a more northern part of the circle. It's not that they have to commit massively to the center of the circle, but holding on to areas such as, you know, Water Treatment Hill, if you're 1,000,000. When you're looking at Nigma Galaxy, okay, they're going to go to El Pozo. They can then shift towards kind of Craterfield hillside / the big mountain of El Pozo relatively early in the game. That kind of recognition of circle awareness could make a big difference for their end result in this 3rd game.
Yeah, for the most part, we're seeing a lot of these earlier rotations, and rightly so, we see the fighting happen for all of these teams trying to get into the first phase. Sorry, is the arm between Rico and DDD Esports and KONQUEROR right now in the graveyard side. However, I think fighting around the church, KONQUEROR Iraq really have the upper hand here, getting to that more pivotal spot. And they should be able to, with their first man on in, be able to stabilize. And as a result, Rico and DDD Esports, they're not really interested. They're going to be driving off elsewhere into the zone. There's plenty of space for them, considering they're practically no one inside of this zone at all. KONQUEROR not going to be able to find a middle either.
Yeah, that's just this is just kind of one of the things that kind of happen with such a volatile phase one in comparison to the playing path. You have kind of a cluster of teams dropping together in around the middle of the map. From the southern playing path, you have the northern circle, so they kind of want to just go to their normal draw spot, try and enter into a deeper part of phase one later into the game. But Rico, Finny, they'll get away with all players alive. I like that by CONQUEROR, and I gotta say, in the first two games, I've been a little bit impressed with the bite behind the bark of CONQUEROR. They're not like fully executing it right, but they do look like one of the more dangerous teams if they do have things go their way a little bit more, if they clean up their biting, if there's a little bit more execution around how they're playing these games, they could find a lot more success. So they're definitely on my radar of teams to watch and teams to improve.
I mean, they're tasting, the different styles that they can play. They're trying to test their limits, and yeah, they might choke a little bit while they're chewing on their strategy, but you can choke a little bit because it's only the league stage days, and you're trying to also figure out a lot of these newer teams, right, that are joining in onto the fray of this season. So it is, albeit going to be a learning curve, and they're comfortable in the position to do that, seeing as they're in 12th position on the leaderboard overall.
Yeah, like one thing that, and it's not that teams, like if I was a player, I wouldn't exactly be looking at this as a priority. But as a commentator, I kind of look at this. What teams have as a sense of identity, right? If I feel like a team has no identity at all, that's the worst thing that I can say about a team, realistically. If they're not showing anything. If they're showing failure, to an extent, that is something. It might not be the right kind of something, but at least it's something because it shows to me they're trying. Yes, they're failing, but at least they're trying. Of course, on the other end, if they're succeeding, they're showing me something. And that's why I highlighted CONQUEROR, because to me, they're showing me something. They're showing me something very, very good. Whereas a couple of other teams, they've just looked quite flat. They just look a little bit like they're trying to go with the flow, that they don't really want to annoy people, but then they're failing later on in the game.
Right, and you see that, I think, from some of these lower placed teams on the leaderboard, this has been the case, and we said it at the start. They trying to go for these flashy plays, but then you're not setting up for them correctly, and as a result, you get punished for them. 963, exactly what I just mentioned, tried to go for Catan, but he just makes it look so easy taking out two of them.
Really well played by Catan individually. He did have support from Never Alone behind him, so I think going a little bit aggressive on the peak of the hill was more accurate for how Catan specifically was playing that. 963, simply put, they get caught out, and now they're down to 2 players as far as now. Indeed, they are. Once again, just a little bit of a product of the phase one in comparison to the playing path. That maybe shows a bit of a weakness from 963, and maybe the variable of understanding that difference and understanding the risks around that. And especially on a map like Miramar, and I highlighted this at the start of the first game, right? There's kind of less opportunities to rotate cleanly into circles on Miramar. You've got to take the risks with the rewards of the main road and the kind of off-road tracks. And 963 went for the main road, but that left their position a lot more exposed, and Falcons took advantage of that, man.
And you can also see on the map here as well, Imperium, a lot of the rotations happening wider out because of this first phase zone. You see YaLLa, also CONQUEROR making these wider rotations to try sneak into the zone where you're not going to immediately be fighting onto someone like Impicado, like Overpower Grid, even towards the Montino Waiver crossroads. You can see on the map there, those players making those wider rotations. I think it's still a little bit of concern for teams making the ultra-wide rotations like K12 and Headquarter. Yes, they're going to be away from the position of that map, but they're also not going to have the information inside of that zone. And based on where phase 2 goes, it goes up north. Okay, they will have some respite for now since they are heading in that direction, but still, the problem therein lies the same.
1 million did exactly what I said that they could do. Water treatment hill early in phase 1. Happy days. Nigma a little bit similarly, but they sent one player there as an anchor point. And now the rest of the team who finished looting up El Pozo starting to join up with that player from Nigma Galaxy. KAMIKAZE going for a deep northern rotation in around the Le Cabrera hillside. I really love the spread by Rico and Fini off the back of kind of avoiding a team early on. They finish up their looting phase in San Martin and they are pushing out towards the north of San Martin.
Headquarters making their move. They are right behind K12. You can see Headquarters making their move across, trying to flank. Both of them caught each other out, and inside the blue zone, they're both ticking away. That'll be enough, blowing up the face of KURD Esports. Headquarters will lose 1. And that'll be actually 2, as this is will join enemy in the afterlife. And I think it has been case for Headquarters in this early game, always losing members. Yes, Headquarters, they were trying things in the last game, trying to get on top of a hill, but it always seems to be the problem that they don't have the members here carrying through to the mid to late game, Imperium. And that's the case that needs to be sorted out right now, or if not, they don't get in the Super Weekend.
Exactly, and KURD will take full advantage of that. KURD right now lying in 13th overall in the standings, 1 point behind CONQUEROR and a good 10 points away from absolutely securing their spot in the first Super Weekend. We're into game 3. This means after that there's only 2 games left in the day and only a couple of chances left for some of these teams to guarantee their spot in the first Super Weekend. Looking at the replay, you saw this play from Katan picking one up in the vehicle, picking the second one up. You couldn't ask for overall easier kills. Again, the fact that he had Never Alone in the backline support him just made that push a little bit more easier for him. But as we're getting through the second half of phase 2, KAMIKAZE, great rotation pulled out, but 1 million going a little bit deeper on that northeastern side than I expected. Those two teams could clash very quickly.
I think both of them having the idea that if we go to Le Cabrera, surely we will be out of harm's way. Well, the same problem happening here with Nigma and also RTG, thinking that they both want to take here the tip-top of that mountaintop. Is RTG. I don't think they should be aware. They surely are aware here in PM that Komodi, Lord, they're on their entrance up top. They find their way up to the top, and it's a surprise. He goes straight back down, has to keep on the brakes. Oh no, he's slipping. He is going straight back down to the bottom. There goes one. Komodi is still there, but I think they will call off the shots. Almost gets naded into oblivion there by RTG, and they secure themselves the high ground over the zone.
I am kind of wondering what are Nigma Galaxy actually hoping to achieve with this position. Phase 3's popped up. It's centered over towards the east. They're now on the edge of the circle. Lynn steps up Lord, gets a knock on the vault. Why are RTG still spread so heavily though? They've allowed Lord to open the door and say, hi, peekaboo, I see you. It shouldn't have been the case.
Oh.
That's another knock by Lord.
Beautiful as he tries to run away. Just totally outplays the hand of DDD Esports KURDSQUAD. And as you said, rightly so, they completely disrespected here the rest of Nigma Galaxy. And they stayed with one silence. And then were able just straight after they gave up the position over them, just come in behind, 3 pickups, second one on the nade overall. And they might even just grab a third here. RTG Karam barely with his life, but he can go nowhere now that Lord controls the top of this hill.
Like I was saying, what are Nigma Galaxy hoping to achieve? And they answered my own question, although it was more the fact that RTG just had a really terrible spread. Looking in the elimination feed, you can see Rico, yeah, definitely. Rico and Finny connecting onto Revolution. Revolution going through San Martin. So are a couple of other squads, Dunak as well. This kind of circle shift, you don't go through San Martin. You don't go anywhere near San Martin. That's such a silly move from a couple of these teams. I
Well,
don't
they're
get
going
it.
in
I really don't
anyways.
get it.
They're going in anyways, Imperial. You don't have to get it. You just have to sit back and watch them all die. That's what we
Fair
get to do instead. In Stalwart, they will die indeed. YaLLa, with the help actually of Rico Infinity Esports, the only ones to steal away the kill from the opposite end. YaLLa wondering what happened as they lose their opportunity. Still inside though of San Martin, and it does clear up for now. But then again, you said it rightly so. They can fight over here. Light can try his best. Yes, he'll fall. And Dunak are very happy with that. They get their third kill. But they're on the south of this zone. And they're really hoping it doesn't go north. Because then they've got to make the rotation out of San Martin. And they've got to go into the face of Rico Infinity.
Exactly. You said it. If it in any way shifts up north, they're asking for trouble. Still good play by Dunak as a full squad at least. 3 eliminations. Moving on forward. Rico Infinity having one push down while the other 3 players hold on and cover from the high northern ground is absolutely perfect. You can even see one of the Rico Infinity players is scouting more up north. Bandar has that northern side information wise underneath his control as they're heading into the next shift. Triple D also in a good spot above Hacienda.
Oh no.
The circle shifts up north. 1,000,000 as a full squad 2-2 split. In my eyes, gather up as a 3-1. I do appreciate the 2-2, but I worry they're going to get pushed by multiple angles and get picked off.
You know, Imperium, when we said at the start of the game, wouldn't it be easy if it went to Death Valley in between Hacienda and water treatment? Well, we're going there, Imperium. That's where we're heading for our next page. Yes, you've got a hillside of water treatment, and 1,000,000 look absolutely fantastic right now on the top of a hill, but they got to hold off all of these teams, and that is the key. We asked, could they do it in the second game? They weren't able to. Now, again, they give their second chance. Another opportunity there to try take this game away. But I worry because, yes, they are going to have to try survive. The only way that they can do that is, I think, by not trying to go into the fights, but just trying to shave off the top. A couple of these players here and there, these teams trying to come in onto that hillside, don't get drawn into the fighting. That is going to absolutely ensue on the outside.
K12. Frank is knocked down. The other player trying to disengage away from KONQUEROR Iraq. This is what I talked about with KONQUEROR Iraq, right? They have that anger inside them. They have that aggression that they're managing overall quite well. And it's forcing other teams to push away. They're manipulating traffic extremely well. They may not be in the strongest position of the circle, but between the spread and between the aggression, they're giving themselves the best opportunity to use this position in the right way. As 1,000,000 Zakaria gets a knock onto K12. That's what I'm talking about with KONQUEROR Iraq. Manipulate and push teams towards others.
Yeah, you can see they noticed KAMIKAZE was there. KAMIKAZE a shot, stays, waits. But then K12, they tried to go up, tried to peek for their own eye on the KONQUEROR, but they didn't get a memo. 1,000,000 get a knock, and there they go. Another one falls. And Unknown, yes, is still there for K12, but he's so far out the zone. And KONQUEROR, as you said, can completely manipulate this solo, but manipulate it here are Dunak and also Headquarters in between. Now, Headquarters, only 2 players up. They seem to have done well enough for themselves, a 2-1, but YaLLa, he's trying his best to find that revive, but stopped in between with the extra shot from Triple D all the way out of this fight. And now that could be crucial. Here is Dunak. They turn around the corner. Now, the reset not there. Barely happens in time, but it's not fast enough. No HP to fight with, and YaLLa in his own little shack, in his own little building, come the rest of Dunak, full 4-man squad. Heals up to the first aid kit, straight out the window. He don't want any of this as he tries to make the back entrance escape, but he only escapes to death.
Perfect by Dunak. As a full squad, look at where they came from as well. They came from the kind of western edge of San Martin to the eastern edge of the circle. And the fact that they committed as a full squad meant the Headquarters had absolutely no response. Well played, Dunak. I know they have players with a lot of experience and are making a show right now. However, their biggest challenge is going to be this next circle. If Thailand Wolf goes to the west, they have a hell of a long way to travel. Arif, he's already there though. Look at how close he is to the edge of the circle as an anchor point. Absolutely perfect.
Absolutely perfect indeed. You can say that rightly so. Dunak, they've immediately identified a problem of getting to the top of this hill, securing that space. Because yes, we are going to Death Valley, baby. We're going to see how these teams cope with it. In Dunak, they've done exactly what they've done. You can see YaLLa, Sanji trying to do the same on that map as well, trying to secure that top of the hillside. Triple D, they also secure their own position. But outside of the zone here versus Rico, Infinity Esports is up to these two to try and get over this road. And I think both of them maybe have held this a little bit too long now.
1million doing the right thing of joining up as a full squad. Maybe could have spread it a little bit more, but at the end of the day, the position is still in the circle. Triple D has some distance to go, but so does Rico, Infinity. Bandar knocked down. All they can do is get in vehicles to go for a Hail Mary position into the circle, but YaLLa are waiting in the wings to pick them off one by one.
And there, so Dunak is just 3 kills given over. Prestige, he's trying his best. He's in the car, he's trying to use the smoke to his advantage. Heals back up, but YaLLa, they're all over him like a pack of wolves. They find an X kill and a nade. Oh boy, is it cooked on top. Will miss so. That one doesn't go wide though. Powerful finds it and they grab the elimination. Rico, Infinity Esports down. But now, to turn our attention to Triple D, is A2 secure the edge of that mountainside while YaLLa gave up the position to take out Rico, but they don't have the problem of that at all. Sanji clears it out. They find one knock, and Scythe already trying his best to find a revive, but they're dead. Yamas is eliminated, and YaLLa, they take the control of the hillside and flush out Triple D from the entrance on in.
Now they have to deal with Dukan, who have their own anchor point position in a circle. It's on the low ground, so it's going to be easier said than done. The attention from YaLLa turns on towards Nigma Galaxy, who are deeper inside the circle, trying to carve their position as Triple D looking for the dodge, deep dive and dodge. Not quite there as Safe gets knocked.
Back into the undergrowth of the blue zone, and YaLLa, they know they've done the work they need to, but the zone, oh, what a shift it goes all the way to the eastern side. And you gotta get back in your vehicles, boys and girls, because it is a ride and a half to the next phase 5 into 6. And Dunak, they're here to play. They're playing on to the showstopper moments of YaLLa Esports, on to Triple D, but they want their own piece in the limelight. They eliminate Sanji, and they take another on to Ragnar. Yes, blinded by the stun, but they don't care. They still work further forward. Powerful, so low, cannot interrupt into the fight. And Dunak, they take their own space on the top of the hill, and they find almost powerful. Barely gets underneath the hill in time. They will confirm Ragnar into their 7th kill.
And this is the time in the game where teams that are on that eastern side, especially Dunak, have absolutely nowhere to go other than grab as many elimination points as they can. They know that getting into the eastern edge of the circle is near impossible. So the best way they can pull out a good result is picking up elimination after elimination after elimination. And they are doing that. Onto YaLLa, onto CONQUEROR. Perfection in the situation by Dunak.
But the buildings where it fights next, and the mind weapon, they had the audacity to try take this away from 1million. Well, they're here to collect the taxis, and a mind weapon, iKURD taken out by 1million. YaLLa getting run over by Dunak. Life just 2v1s them so easy. Enigma, the next one straight away, but you cannot escape death in the blue zone. And life down almost as he tried to find a revive onto Clever, but as we said, there comes Papa Blue to engulf them all.
Dukan up to 9 eliminations. Seems like they've hit the brick wall. They met their match and not been delayed by Lord. Perfect It's what Nigma were waiting for. They're like, they'll come to us. Don't worry. They'll peek their heads over the lip of the hill. Then we'll find them. Phase 6 starting to close in. Gringo, he's going for a bit of a heel strat. It's not much of a heel strat, but it's a heel strat.
Look, you can pull off the strats all you like. If you get 4th position here, if you get top 5, it's worth it, baby, Imperium. That's what we're looking for in 1 million. They're feeling like $1 million, but Nigma Galaxy just turn them into explosion of oranges. There goes one into the second, into the entire team as 1 million Esports dropped down dead by Nigma Galaxy. Up to 7 kills now as KONQUEROR rack. They will succumb to the blue directly in time with Dunak as well. And we're down to our final 2. The full 4v4 of Nigma, yes, but look who else is here. It is KAMIKAZE, a massive game for them here, Imperium.
Coming into this game with a total of 5 games played in 16th spot, a chicken dinner will go a hell of a long way to them securing their spot in the first Super Weekend, but unfortunately the circle has shifted away from where they priority positioned on the edge of the hill. It's up the north into the flat terrain of Miramar.
Still, they don't care. They go further forward, trying their best, using the smokes on the edge of the hillside to block any form of peek that Nigma Galaxy may have over them. They're still spraying anyways. They find Aziz down 1. Hamodi back on the revive, back on the heal. Over to a full squad again for KAMIKAZE, but look at where the blue is. It's coming further forward. And Nigma Galaxy, they know exactly what is drawing them into the fight. KAMIKAZE left with no options left but to enter into the rest. The open arms of Nigma Galaxy. Another one falls. Star goes down. Freak finds the off angle. Hamodi pinning down Kante. Nigma Galaxy is only now clean up here in Imperium because they've only got 2 more to go. In the blue zone is doing so much work for them.
Kante can't seem to do anything about this right now. Blue zone is engulfing the whole of KAMIKAZE.
Still, Nigma Galaxy, they will wait. They will be patient. Yes, 3 man up. Aziz will fall. They try their best on the edge of the ridge. They try to make their stand, but KAMIKAZE, I don't think they've got anything left. They're down to 1, they lose 2, just as it was beginning. KAMIKAZE down, Nigma Galaxy, they had 3rd twice in a row yesterday. Now, they got their own chicken dinner too.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit bad for KAMIKAZE. There's not really much that they could do on the hillside. Initially, I was thinking Kante could probably have done more from that position where he had closer to the roadside. But I would argue that Nigma had him covered with that 2-2 split on either side of the road. So honestly, I do not in any way hold that against KAMIKAZE. It's the way it goes sometimes, and it's kind of the one game where it was low-key given to Nigma Galaxy, right?
True.
Yeah, okay, they had to move into those later circles, but it was shifting their direction after shifting their direction after shifting their direction. The last, like, 3 out of the 4 circles, just they take it, don't get me wrong. It's not like they played it badly. It's just a bit of an observation.
Yeah, I think KAMIKAZE Rose still, you cannot deny a big game for them, moves them up on the leaderboard and how it shares. Well, you gotta wait for a short break before we find out. We'll see you guys over on the other side.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BanPan information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BanPan information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.
Oh, we're back, everyone. Welcome back to the PMPL Spring Split for Arabia 2022. My name is Hannah Wolf, and we are joined by the ever wonderful Imperium. How are you doing, man? We're halfway through today. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Games have been interesting. I've been slightly impressed with a couple, but this is only day 2 in total of the PMPL. So my thoughts are kind of reserved, and I'm waiting to see what the teams can show me over a more extended period of time. Genuinely, because that's it. Like, I could be super critical every single moment or every single situation, and as much as I'm calling mistakes out, I'm looking more in towards the good things, highlighting more of the good things, and then holding myself back until we get to, let's say, a super weekend, right? That's when things are going to get like a little bit more critical.
And to be fair, we have seen, I think, a lot of good showings from some of these teams. And obviously just coming off the back of KAMIKAZE in their second place, Nigma Galaxy finally stepping up, getting their first chicken dinner of the tournament so far. Also, you can say as well on the opposite end of the spectrum, there's been one team that I must say has really impressed me, and that has been 963, quite frankly. To get so high up on the leaderboard, to be fair, this is their first season in the PMPL. You know, they've not had a PMPL Arabia so far as this organization.
Yeah, but can you really use their position in the standings as a really big indication of how good they're doing? I don't get me wrong. I low-key agree with you because I have seen some good moments, but I'm really not considering where they are in the overall standings because one is league play and two, it's only day 2. So we need to see those in-game moments shine a little bit more consistently if I'm really going to agree with you.
Well, talking about in-game shining moments, here we are with the Oppo best moments, and unfortunately, Lotus 3 should get, quite frankly. I mean, they just walked like lemmings into the hands of Falcons, quite frankly, there. But they got one back. They got one back.
And that's why, and that's why I'm kind of a little bit less with your opinion on that, because their position and leaderboards are there, but when you have moments like that in game, in the highlights and the upper moments where they make that kind of blunder, I'm like, let's see how they go in future games. 963.
Yeah, I think you also saw a big mistake in RCG. We saw it earlier. I mean, look at that double beautiful grenade. The second time from Rico and Vinny's team lands it so perfectly. But I think as much as there were the mistakes from some of these teams that we talked about, you can definitely see the strengths. And that lies in, I think, Dunak Esports in this game, who absolutely, quite frankly, outshone themselves and the expectations in which we had them coming into this final moments of the match.
Yeah, exactly. CONQUEROR Iraq did a good job, as I said, impressing me with the fight behind the mark. But the biggest team that impressed me from the game was Dunak. Just so good at how they played as a team. 1million, they defended our compound, but then they had to move down later on. They felt the wrath of Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy, you said it yourself, right? They had the position given to them. But you have to be fair, as we said, they took the win. They took the W and the chicken dinner. And as what can be said, we have seen in the past here Imperium teams to get the position given to them, and then they lose it at the last minute. But this was not the case. KAMIKAZE, they had absolutely no way in onto this zone. And like a wrecking train, Nigma Galaxy just obliterated through KAMIKAZE at the end of that final match.
Yeah, and again, I just don't hold anything against KAMIKAZE. Not only were they in the worst position of the two teams, they were also going up against the third place team of the PMGC finals, right? That's one thing that we just need to constantly remind people to an extent. I low-key need to remind myself. I genuinely believe, like, I've seen the rise of MENA so heavily over the last year and a half.
Yeah.
You've commentated some PMPLs, and that third place in PMGC finals was fully deserved. And that's why I need to continue that Nigma Galaxy and the MENA region are big hitters this year. They should be.
I mean, to be fair, they absolutely should be. The only other real team that I have to shout out, though, for their ability in this game, though, Imperium, as you mentioned, was Dunak. And we have to say that they picked up so many of those kills in those final moments of the game. Quite frankly, I didn't expect them to. I felt like YaLLa had that in the bag when it came to the position over Dunak, and they had that control. They absolutely silenced Triple D before them. But I think because, rightly so, they went so far into Triple D, Dunak immediately took a hand of that.
Yeah, it's not much YaLLa could do in that moment because they were pushed away from the left-hand side of the hill by Nigma Galaxy, right? And they used a lot of their kind of resources, health and utility-wise, to finish off Triple D. It was that beautiful opportunistic play from Dunak that really saw YaLLa suffer, unfortunately, and that's the way it goes. Again, I don't put that against YaLLa. I just also can use that to shine a light on the opportunistic teamwork as well from Dunak. They swung around for San Martin, took down, I forget exactly who it was that they took out on the lower part of San Martin, got 3 elimination points. They then wrapped themselves up on the eastern side, took the fight against headquarters as a full team, took them out, and did the same every single other part of the game. It was really clean play from Dunak. Genuinely clean play.
Yeah, Straight Revolution was the team that they took out over down the San Martin, and obviously they went straight through to conquer at the end. I think the way in which they played it patiently, though, that's the beauty of that play. They weren't rushing ahead to the plays, and that control is something that we want to see some of these teams have, and I think we've seen that through from Dunak, but I think also you mentioned it as well, CONQUEROR Iraq, although they got taken out by Dunak in the end, very careful in the way that they played that match too, and in their own right were controlling and, as you said, manipulating some of the positional play of those other teams.
A little bit, but when they initially took shots on the K12 and took down a couple of K12 players, and then they couldn't really push more heavily in that direction because 1million was kind of up on top of the hill, they should have focused a little bit more heavily on defending and controlling that more eastern side of the circle. And in that sense, they kind of allowed Dunak to enter without any real pressure. So that's a bit of, again, that's a bit of a downgrade on the execution that CONQUEROR Iraq had. It was still a good game, but it wasn't quite as controlling as, let's say, Dunak pulled out, right? So that's the difference between those two teams as we head into game 4. I'm curious to see if it's going to continue.
And I mean, game 4, there is now, I think, one more chance for some of these teams, realistically, to be able to have the chance to compete here, Imperium. I mean, you've already got, I think, some eyes on some of the teams that really need to perform. And I think, as we said, last chance for 1million Esports, particularly one of those teams, I think, from Group A to step up. But you also have to keep in mind, now, sitting back on that bench, there's those 4 teams. You've got CONQUEROR Iraq, one of them, Dunak Esports, Headquarter, and RTG Esports, KURDSQUAD, all sitting out this 4th match of the day. And I think a little bit of worry, I think, for Headquarter here, because if 1million Esports, they do have that pop-off game, it makes it so much harder for them coming into that game 5.
Yeah, I try not to be super presumptuous, but even though Headquarters aren't playing to the final game, they're only on 18 points. I can't see them getting the massive game needed to make it into the top 16, even if the teams above them absolutely choke. The biggest thing is going to be Stalwart UAE, Triple D. They still have 2 games to go. These final 2 games, and then, of course, KURD 12 and 1million Esports. Right now, 35 and 36 respectively in 14th and 15th. 67 points for both of those teams will see them fly into the safety of the first Super Weekend as a plane path is flying across the map. It's dead center, Highland Wolf. It's an absolutely tremendous plane path. Like, you could screenshot that plane path, sell it as an NFT, and you'd make millions. Easy.
Wow. I can make 1 million. That's what I could make there, Imperium. That's
go.
exactly how much. We set it up. The synergy is there by for it in its fullest. And so no, it's gone towards the eastern side, baby. And it's the first time we get to see the east in the limelight of that first phase. And I'm curious now how we're going to see the rotations. All of the times we've seen the zones so far in this tournament have been left facing zones towards the western side of Erangel. Are we going to see maybe some of those use of the southern islands to get in onto like the Farm Milta from Evolution, from 1 million? That's what I'm curious about, because that main portion, that's also going to be deadly. Where are we going to see that northern side even maybe?
Bit of an early fight going on between NASR and 963. As far as I know, it ends up going towards Mess, picking up a solo kill, and NASR are going to just run away with their tail between the legs for the most part. Looking at this phase 1 circle, Island Wolf, it's a good kind of eastern phase 1. Because it still incorporates a good chunk of the kind of central areas of map Potato Hill. And if anything, allows those areas such as Potato Hill, kind of the compound that's just down the south of, or sorry, to the downhill north of Potato Hill, looking at kind of Lumberyard Hill, to be controlled without being too deep in the circle. The very center of this phase 1 is pretty kind of low ground and not really a super secure area. You can hold a spread, but if it's in the dead center, it's really not the most confident spread to hold on to in these early circles.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about where the confident positions could be, and that northern side there, Imperium, definitely keeping my eye out on that. I think the K12. You also, I think, have the option for YaLLa to even be making those northern rotations, utilizing where Rico and Fiddy's team are, in around that Savoni side, and entering across to Yasnaya Poliana, or even to Roshok, which is currently empty, into that northern end later on, based on where that zone goes. You can see, as we expected, Revolution are also making that southern side rotation in towards the edge of Nova, where also we can see Triple D currently looting up. Now, Triple D always usually taking this spot. However, when it comes to getting across that bridge, hasn't been as great. We've not seen them survive realistically as that full squad in onto the mainland Erangel.
Interesting. They should have every chance to make it across. They could wait until phase 2 if they wanted to. It might be a bit of a safer route. Maybe send one player, you know, a little bit closer to the bridge / halfway across to do a bit of scouting. Twisted Minds have a 4-person split across the farm buildings. I was actually talking to Rokus from Twisted Minds on Instagram DM in between the games. He's formerly the IGL of Unicorns Alive, does have that PMGC experience, and at the moment he is IGLing the team. And I was asking, like, how's it going with the team so far? And they said it's very much that kind of learning everything they can about each other, and also learning about the other teams and how the other teams are playing, how they're rotating. So they're happy. He's happy right now with how the development is going, but he also knows that there's a lot more work involved. So we'll have to wait and see how much of an impact Twisted Minds and Rokus specifically can have in this lobby.
In Twisted Minds, actually, I love that you went on that point, Imperium, because the full split for them, they were a new, fresh team, and they were an aggressive team. They're always trying to pick up the kill points. Sometimes to the detriment of their placement points. They did go out sometimes earlier on, or weren't able to finish it out onto the chicken dinner. But to bring on Roker specifically, and such a team leader that they were for Unicorns Love, you can see that experience that they're bringing to the table. And I think, rightly so, is that leadership quality that they were missing almost in that full split to be able to lead them comfortably with those kills into the finishing parts of each game.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because I don't think Rokus comes with a natural leadership ability. This isn't anything against him, but he comes with a heavy amount of experience. And when he IGL'd Unicorns of Love in PMGC, it was his first time IGLing, and he's openly kind of admitted of the kind of struggles he faced within himself on how he maybe dealt with certain situations, how he conducted himself, not in a super negative way. He's generally open about it. So again, it's not that he has a naturally charismatic level of ability, but with the experience, with the growth that he's looking to make within himself personally, I think that could be a recipe, a big recipe for success later down the line for Twisted Minds. Again, this is a long-form tournament, not only with the spring split, but of course with the fall split later down the line. So there's a lot of opportunities for not just Twisted Minds, but every single one of these teams to evolve, improve, grow, get better, and of course succeed across the PMPLs.
Well, Twisted Minds, they are currently set on their ways into the zone here. You have to wait and see how they further their position further forward. But currently, end of Twisted Minds, the Mind Weapon, iKURD, are also heading into school and up towards his apartment side. The hills just to the south, all looking down onto NASR. The rest of this first phase zone as it continues to close in Revolution. An interesting split, mind you, I think is the most interesting part here of this first phase. They have gone to the south, but then they've kept Al-Haji up towards the northern end, still on that south coastal line. So a split decision, possibly here from Revolution.
Not a bad call. It's just the anchor point player. Triple D will have a lot more space in front of them to enter across the bridge and into the mainland as a full squad. You saw the Mind Weapon iKURD pushing up towards Potato Hill while K12 smell an opportunity and pick up an elimination point onto Sanji of YaLLa. Don't know how exactly that came about per se. I can only put it down to just unfortunate timing. Just YaLLa that felt the brunt of it, and now they're going to have to worry about K12 lurking behind their backs.
Still, where is the second phase going to go? Can I guess for me, Imperium? Guess it right now.
Towards the Empire. Oh, no, not quite.
Oh, you almost got it. You almost got it. Just a little bit sad, Imperium, but I'll tell you something. We are going to see Asnaya being used by Rico Infinity Esports in onto the zone. And what has struck me, though, despite the fact that this zone was still fairly open, is a lot of these teams have all centered around each other very early on. And you can see now the fighting, because of this, starting ever so slightly to be apparent. Twisted Minds not going to lose a single member, though. They do keep themselves up.
1 million. KURDSQUAD, they're all kind of hovering around behind both Twisted Minds and Revolution. The Pachinki Hill and the southeast Pachinki Hill are all pretty solid parts of this phase 2, but if you have a number of teams heading towards there, it's going to be much tougher to control. And you think, well, Falcon, they're getting heavily engaged upon by 963. Great play by 963.
963, they completely surrounded. They've not even got all their players, but they don't need them. 963, they're trying their best with the Falcons. They try to find the last one, and last, there really is nowhere to go, though. He is the last member. He failed to jump out a window, and now has to turn his back to try to fight. Noza will not go down, though. They wait, and immediately as they try to escape again, execute him down. Falcons down to one single player. On the opposite end of the building, will be able to be kept alive, but not by 93. But yeah, right as you say, 4K are the third party trying to steal away this fight. They do find a nade on the motor, and that's what they needed. They needed these points.
Hey, look, the only way is up for 4K. If you don't take a risk, you don't know where it's going to get you. And another nade from 4K onto 463. However, YaLLa Falcon, the last player left alive, gets a cheeky knock and kill onto one of the 4K members. It's not going to stop the nades being flying up towards that building. And 963, take care then. Bye-bye now.
Oh, 4K, this was in high definition onto 963, and Molly forcing down Falcons. This is the 4K quality play we were looking for here in Imperium, and they get the next one, 4 kills for themselves.
Say 963 got caught on 4K right there, as did the last player, Falcon. I love that from 4K Esports. You know, it's just clean stuff. They came in swinging, and that was the worry about this kind of position in phase 1 circle. Never mind phase 2, the 963 held on to. I'm not saying it was a bad position, but I just don't think it was a secure enough position to really take an isolated team fight. It's not an isolated team fight position, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And the proof is in the pudding of the fact that 4K third party. Either way, we are getting to the tail end of this phase 2. And the cluster of teams are more down on towards the southwestern edge. Potato Hill, it's held by Nigma Galaxy. Twisted Minds have I think a 2-2 or no 3-1 split, which is absolutely fantastic. Stalwart UAE are in the dead center as it does shift upon most of these teams. The iKURD, they're in an absolutely fantastic compound. That compound that I highlighted to the north of Potato Hill, it's a great spot to hold on to.
Actually, I'm looking towards the farm side here as well. Another great spot just below the hillside where you have those buildings, rightly so, Imperium, leading into the hill. You can use them as your own fortress on that southern end of the zone. Another equally strong position, but as you mentioned, right, the mind weapon, they have this beautiful building on the top of what is such a difficult hilltop to try to summit. But Rico and DDD Esports, they will try all the same. And he needs to get down off this south end. Currently, or his north end, should I say, because currently you've got K12 behind him, coming in and about to be pincered. SK Tub is aware of this happening and will look to force him off. K12 may just circumvent though, so and rotate around from the island side and between the roads in towards more 4K.
Here's the thing, Rico can stay exactly where they are. They don't need to worry about scaling up the hill towards the iKURD. If they're able to pick apart one or two of the K12 players, again, they should be looking to be aggressive on that side. Because they haven't, they're kind of allowing K12 to play into the circle in what could arguably be a little bit of a better position if they move onto the hillside. Doesn't seem to be the case. Where are they looking to go? It's a bit weird that K12 are kind of like going here, they're going there. There's no real focus behind their rotation. Yeah, they're not sure, and that spells bad for me because you don't move away unless you know where you want to go. I get that there's a relevant amount of scouting that might be required, but with the amount of driving around they're doing, it's so weird to me. It's so weird.
They're just kind of giving away their position here to Rico Infinity Esports. And yes, they're not in range to be shot. They've got that slight dip on the hill to protect them. They know exactly where they are, and they know how many they are. It only slows down and makes it more obvious for Rico, more time for him to set up against K12, even if they did decide to go for that push onto him. Rat, on that mountainside though, more towards the center of this zone. Versus Star Wars, and both of them should just shake hands here. I don't imagine either of them really going in for the kill, unless one of them gets knocked.
Stalwart's spread on that roadside it's very, very risky. I've never been a big fan of controlling that roadside this early into the game, and I could see Rad taking over very quickly. With the circle shifting over to the west, right on top of Potato Hill, it puts a little bit more pressure on Stalwart UAE. Because not only do they have to try and scale into the edge of the circle, which is possible, they do have to think about the fact that the likes of Rad are behind them. Twist of Minds join back up together. Nigma Galaxy, are they going to continue to control Potato Hill? What direction are they looking to go? Well, the Minecart, they couldn't be in a better spot.
Yeah, and you see Nabo as well already had stepped out into that zone on Potato Hill to get a position. So brilliant from him, but it is a fighting elsewhere between Revolution and 1Million. Only one of them can progress further into the zone while he's trying to cook up the nade. Drops out. Unfortunately, 1Million punished for that mistake. You can see them go down, but inside they're also dropping like flies. It is, yes, they're trying to find a trade, but it's straight on back from Smoker. Keeps themselves alive. You can see Twisted Minds in the background were almost looking to shoot down, but he grabs the confirm of the kills anyways, and they should be able to reset themselves here down to the solo of Zakaria. Is now, what can they do? As the revives come through, makes it a 2v1, looks for the nade, patiently trying to go somewhere into this fight. Looks for nade, almost finds it. That angle, I didn't expect he would go for it, but he does. He gets one, he gets two. Can he find a 1v3? Smoker's so low, he could actually just try to rush this, but Zakaria, he plays it patient. He slows it down. Will he look for another jump shot? He misses the window, and he can't find a jump shot in. Smoker holding the nade. Again, looking for the shot onto Zakaria, but both nades miss. Goes for the second time up the stairs, looking into the building. This time he goes straight through the entrance, finds them both, executes almost one down, will confirm the kill. Can he find a second? Yes, he does. Zakaria, 1v3's Revolution.
$1 million worth of gameplay for Zakaria in that moment. There's a good defense attempt by Revolution, especially that last player, but in the end, it just didn't work out. That has allowed the likes of KAMIKAZE to swing around on that southwestern edge and possibly take out Zakaria later on down the line. This game is continuing on, and they are pushing back YaLLa closer towards Nigma Galaxy. Twisted Minds still have a 2-1-1 spread on the southeastern edge of the circle, while 4K, they've already won one fight. Can they continue to win more and just give every single last hope to their Super Weekend qualification? After this game, they do have the final one, so there's going to be another opportunity in front of them.
Well, for KAMIKAZE, they really need to get rid of this 1M player, 1Million, in the way of that rotation up towards the hillside in Potato Hill. Coming behind them, and they know this is what has to be done. To control also the building, to pivot in onto that hillside as well, to try to avoid the edge of Twisted Minds, who are shooting down on them. They'll be forced back for now, as the next phase will shift in. It will centralize around Potato Hill and K12. Nigma Galaxy, the ones with the control, the only ones inside the zone.
What the hell? We're getting a Potato Hill finish? This is so rare. Like, this is genuinely so rare. I'm here for it, though. Nigma Galaxy have been on Potato Hill since Phase 2. And I think they have the best spread because it's very hard to control, like, the dead center of Potato Hill. So you 9 times out of 10 want to kind of control one side of it or one edge of it, right? And that's what Nigma Galaxy have done.
Still, Twisted, I almost got to beat it. Instead, Twisted Minds, well, no, it's my weapon. Still gonna die anyways. Rico Infinity Esports will claim one more, but they need to get into this zone. You can see now is the time that they need to move for Imperium. They were playing it patient, but that zone was so brutally moving away from them, and Triple D also moving their way further in onto the zone. You can see 1Million trading out 1-for-1, but will fall anyways, short of the execution. Rad also moving out from the nade, finds the edge of Mania, but cannot find the kill. Instead, Wild, they strike first blood, will find one onto Saif. Now, another nade into the smoke, finds the walk-in onto Munir, and down to the solo of Sadat versus remaining to a Triple D. As the zone closes in on both, Triple D forced into the play Munir, and Sadat comes round the side but isn't quick enough, and Humam claims Rad 2.
Triple D will continue to survive. A little bit surprised that the Mind Weapon didn't look to third party this. They could have, however, they prioritized an entry point into this circle. Rico Infinity coming in from the north. Nigma Galaxy still have a spread on this Potato Hill up in the northern side, getting close to Rico Infinity. But will they have the body play? Will they have the advantage to swing it in? Ida takes a bit of damage down to half health. Don't know if it was at the hands of Nigma or potentially a third party. This is where this game gets so brutally hard to deal with.
Still, the next phase, that's when Termin 2 goes web. Enigma, they won't go anywhere. Almost taken down on the edge is Rico Infinity Esports. They're putting the pressure on to now Lord. As a solo player, he can't hold the front. Yes, NASR go down in the background, but it's all in the front where it's happening. A second nade almost finds the second of Nigma Galaxy. Is Rico Infinity Esports firing on the front even more so. Lord in prime position for the revive. Nigma reposition.
If I was Nigma Galaxy, I wouldn't even be looking for the revive. However they do, they find it. Roof on top of the roof of the small building is given that little bit of an elevation point. Let's not forget, the next circle has popped up. It's down south. These two teams have the furthest distance to travel to enter the phase 6 circle.
Enigma, they're straight hot-tailing it out of there, Imperium. They don't want any of that fighting from Rico Infinity Esports. They will not be stopped, but they have left Ralph to try to stop the edge of Rico Infinity, but immediately knocks away. And Modi now steps further forward to try to take advantage of the knock. Will they find it one-to-one trade through the greed of Rico Infinity Esports? No, they do not. Modi now also under pressure. They found the location. The smoke gives them away. Rico, they steal the buggy too. SK Ton down almost completely, but does survive. And now Nigma Galaxy, in a world of pain, is split away. Rico Infinity carved their path in between them.
But K12 are waiting in the rings. They're pushing in. A lovely nade by K12 as far as I know. Gets a knock on the SK Ton.
And now a triple going down here for both Nigma and also Rico. Is Nigma barely surviving but cannot pull out the rest because it's KURD12 Esports backstab them with the help of Rico Infinity to take them down into 6. The Kurds, they need to turn this from the northern side. A broken Rico Infinity who will not be even interesting enough to get the kills through from KURD12. Instead, we turn our attention to more delectable ideas. The center of that phase 6 zone, which is only going to shit once more.
KURD12, they're lying in 15th place, 35 points in total. They need every single point that they can get their hands on. Another knock on the Rico Infinity, but the squad needs to come through because their high ground on the edge of Potato Hill will only take them so far. Twisted Minds down at the bottom. KAMIKAZE down at the bottom. It's going to be free reign for the K12 players. They don't get their rocks off and get the elimination points on the Rico Infinity.
Like KAMIKAZE, been going in full send it here, but that's not the way you do it against Twisted Minds. Imperium, the mind weapon down as well on the outskirts, but KAMIKAZE down to 2. Is the zone shifts again. Ping pong back up to the north side in 30 seconds to the side. Twisted Minds, KAMIKAZE, the nades going to only put the pressure even further on. His off-man did get found. Will be confirmed surely as Kanti cannot even move from the back of the tree. Rokis, the IGL, stepping further forward, trying to peek into the entrance of that tree line to finish off the back end of KAMIKAZE, but it's going to be Rico who falls first as K12, KURD12 completely eliminating him out, but short is the life of Kante. Straight after as he steps back out, tries to find a 1v2, but it doesn't happen. Veor slams him back down.
And down to 2v3. K12 looking to finish off what they started, swinging around towards the sidelines. Just one more player to go.
And Rokas, he's on his last legs. Yeah, they drop. In K12, Imperium, they strike in second chicken dinner here out of 2 days. 2 for 2 is a thing. And Frank, KURD12, when they pop off, they look amazing in these positions. But to get there, that's almost like a golden egg that we're searching for these games in which they do perform so well.
At the end of the day, the fact that they were down in 15th with a chicken dinner shows how volatile and inconsistent their performance had been up until this point. Yes, this second chicken dinner is something to be celebrated per se, but this last game, despite them most likely securing their spot in the first Super Weekend, I kind of want to see another decent result from. Actually, no, sorry, my apologies. They're not in the final game. So, but my point is, in the Super Weekend, I suppose I want to see KURD12 have just a little bit more consistency around their results. At the end of the day, it was a deserved chicken dinner. They took advantage of Nigma and Rico Infinity fighting on that northern side of Potato Hill, and the fact that the circle shifted down south away from those two teams. I was worried about that kind of top of the hill position, but that ping pong of a circle shift away from Twisted Minds and the last player of KAMIKAZE meant that it was made so much easier for K12. But I love the fact that they still swung a player down to the side to absolutely make sure that it was secured, right? They didn't take it for granted, and that's what made it a really deserving chicken dinner.
Yeah, and you can see the KURD12 who were absolutely all over that zone. I think, to be fair as well, had Twisted Minds finished off KAMIKAZE slightly earlier, maybe they can try to set up for a position on that next phase. But because KAMIKAZE stayed alive for so long, they were constantly having to deal with this back threat who they couldn't leave alone to try to fight K12, otherwise be pincered behind them too. So as a result, because actually almost KAMIKAZE pulled off such a great survivability play, that's what brought also Twisted Minds into that second position. To be fair though, falling outside of those three teams, also Rico Infinity doing a fantastic job too to actually push up onto Nigma Galaxy as well.
Yeah, they did. They did an absolutely great job overall. Nigma Galaxy probably stayed separated a little bit too long in that game, just a little bit on that Potato Hill area. And Rico Infinity were able to somewhat punish that and carve and push their way into that part of the circle at that point in the game. But Twisted Minds, don't understate the job that they did, the setup they played, the formation, and the split that they had on that kind of lower Potato Hill area. It was really well made and allowed them to control that area of the map exceedingly well. Did they have a lot of pressure put on them? Probably not. But I guarantee you, with the way they had themselves set up, they would have been able to have dealt with any real pressure heading their way. And it was, once again, a very healthy second place. I said I have my eyes on how they're going to develop with Rokas in the IGL role. And so let's see how it continues.
Yeah, let's see how it also shapes up with the overall rankings here in Imperium. So, yep, NASR and Nigma in first, second. YaLLa stealing away that third position over Rico Infinity Esports. But as we do kind of go down on this leaderboard, Twisted Mind, you can see the improvement, I think, that they have made through to today, particularly, and to the deficit of teams below them. From 8th position now into 5th. Yes, sure, it's only league play. But still, with what, one more day here to play, I'm looking forward to what they can bring further forwards.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The balance of placement points and elimination points is also really healthy for Twisted Minds. But this is the important part of the standings, right? Triple D hold on to that 16th place spot, but only 31 points. I would argue 1 million are safe. However, 10 points. You have the mind weapon.
It can change.
Are around 14 points. Stalwart, around 15 points. I honestly can't see the mind weapon iKURD getting ahead of them, to be honest. So I think 1 million are safe.
Yeah, 1 million safe. I think the Triple D are in the only team that can be unthroned or dethroned, should I say, from that final 16th position. I think the only team that really can do that, though, because 1 million are not playing in this last game, that it could be Stalwart. So being so far behind, Stalwart are going to need a big performance. And I think, quite frankly, the biggest performance that they've had over these 2 days.
Yeah, you're definitely right that the 1 million generally should be safe. And that it is only Triple D that are really kind of fighting for survival, per se. And not just Stalwart. I would honestly put the mind weapon as a bigger contention to Triple D spot than Stalwart as you look at the upper moments.
Yeah, the best upper moments here, and I think 963, they tried their best. Yes, it looked like a beautiful elimination on Falcons, but 4K, they just did it so much better. It's like 1080p to the difference of 4K definition. It looked great on screen.
It's like going from the old school 260p quality video to 1080p.
Get off my face.
And then the 1 million Kyria clutching up against Revolution in the end, going for that drop shot, successfully working out in their favor. The mind weapon, they had a good spread, but they kind of let go of this position a little bit too early and allowed the likes of Rico and Finley to get a bit of a backstab. Just something to be mindful for the mind weapon in future games. Don't give up what's behind you just because you're not getting engaged upon in that moment.
Yeah, of course, the mind weapon need to try their best to take down Triple D. Yes, they were managing it, but they could have got, as you say, so much further. Rico, Infinity's team. I feel like Rico Infinity Esports, they tried their best to move into that position, but I feel like they should have tried to separate a little bit more in those final moments. Maybe they could have survived a little bit longer, maybe got into a third position had they then survived slightly longer. Yes, it doesn't matter in the overall of things. Rico are through, but it's those small things that will matter for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I'm not massively worried, right? But you are right. The little things that can be cleaned up. It doesn't need to be this Super Weekend, but once it's done, I suppose, by the finals, right? That's going to be the most important
thing, yeah. So as we move through, though, to the final game, Imperium, we're going to hit you up with one more break, and we will see you on the flip side.
How we get the first prize. Every time landing in my own way,
Welcome back, everyone, to just a pre-match for our final game of the PMPL Spring Split Arabia 2022 Day 2 of the first week here. And alongside not only myself, Hadamove, and Imperium, but also our beautiful streaming, or should I say official streaming partner here, Nemo TV, who have brought us all of the beautifulness on our screen right now. You can see, yes, including even me and Imperium.
The 4K beauty.
The 4K beauty. Oh man.
Okay. No. By the way, not literally. I just used a pun for one of the teams. Disclaimer. I don't know if Nemo supports 4K. Just saying they could. Just saying.
They could. But I tell you what was 4K beautiful was K12 and their final way to close out their Day 2 series of games with, of course, that 4th match chicken dinner. But it's not K12 that we are looking at. We are looking at, as, of course, the bottom end of that leaderboard and that 16th position. Imperium Triple D relying on that 16th spot. But there are 4 hungry teams looking to take that spot away from them.
Triple D Esports. As you said, the 16th spot is theirs for the time being. They're on a grand total of 31 points. The Mind Weapon iKURD are 4 points behind them. Stalwart, they're 1 point behind the Mind Weapon. So 4 points divide 16th, 17th, and 18th. A little bit further down, though, Headquarters and 4K Esports, 18 and 14 points respectively. I don't, unfortunately, see 4K and Headquarters being able to get the job done, but I can low-key see it with the Mind Weapon iKURD. Stalwart are a little bit in between.
Yeah, I think Stalwart, we could say, to be kind to them, are a little bit shaky in a way in which they play. They sometimes have these positions that we saw today, particularly on actually Miramar, where they look like they have the position that they could have that is strong, but then they kind of falter in some way and they give it up, or they lose players earlier on and can't hold these more complex positions in the later game. Zone is so going to shift over again to the more right side of our screen towards the east and give it a little bit of love to Cruz de Val and Al Azahar up to the north.
Jesus. Zero look for these teams when it comes to playing path and phase 1 connections. But it's entertaining for us. Like I said, just to reiterate, the teams that we're going to be watching are Triple D Esports, the Mind Weapon iKURD, and Stalwart UAE. Of course, this is Stalwart's first foray into the MENA region. They found massive success as an org when they picked up Astro Academy late last year. And of course, we know what happened to that Stalwart team. Got themselves all the way to the grand finals of PMGC. Could we see the same from Stalwart UAE this time around at the end of 2022?
Gotta see. They've got a lot of pressure on them, though, in the first week, Imperium, because they ain't quite even in the Super weekend yet. And quite frankly, it's gonna be the biggest performance of all 2 days so far to be able to make it in there. And because, of course, Triple D, they are still playing in this game. So thankfully for this team, they do have the fate almost in their own hands, as we could say here for them. But it is still going to have to be a fight, and all, as we say, our eyes on these bottom series of teams. Moving on, of course, to overall, I think the look of this playing path and towards the zone Imperium, I'm more looking towards the rotations, particularly on the northern side and around Power Grid. It's where we've seen actually the most brutality in terms of kills, and I expect that we're going to see some of these teams, like the Mind Weapon, like Twisted Minds, to not go straight in onto Picado Hills and onto Power Grid. Instead, they're going to try wrap around on this Monte Nuevo side into maybe the north end of its zone, and that's where the traps can be set. That's where the difficulty lies, in around those mountains that are on the entrance in onto that first phase.
It's not much, but I really appreciate the fact that Smoker has already got a vehicle right in the dead center of Picado for the rest of his team. That means that the disengagement is going to be a little bit quicker from the whole team as they look to continue to loot up the buildings of Picado. And I would argue their disengagement from Picado needs to be done fairly quickly in this kind of circle. Because if you look at the playing path on that western side, there's a much higher chance that teams are going to be closer to kind of the southwest, to the south, and to the west of where they're located in Picado. If they leave it too late, you could have like a 360 formation of teams, and that could see them either get caught out or just slow down a little bit more. So I'm curious to see how the Revolution play around this phase 1. Mind weapon looting up Shuma Sarah. I could see them waiting until phase 2 to kind of really comfortably push into the circle, because a little bit similar to kind of Revolution, I get why they're a bit fearful of teams stabbing them in the back. That less comfort. They know that every single step counts. Every single foot wrong or foot right will be the reason why they either make it or don't make it into this first super weekend.
Okay, but if you are one of these bottom teams, okay, and you've mentioned it, Headquarter, 4K Esports, maybe still not much 4K, but particularly Headquarter. If you're one of these teams, Imperium, what is it that they've got to do to make that standout performance for you to get into that top 16? Because they're going to need a big performance at that.
It's a really good question. Overall, only they can answer that, because I can say control, proactivity, and a healthy level of aggression. Those are kind of like the 3 recipes for success. But one, they've got to be comfortable with executing those recipes, and they've got to be in the right position to pull it out. And they've got to have the intelligence, the leadership, the communication to pull it out. So as much as I make it sound simple, it's not as easy as that. And with what the likes of Headquarters have shown us, they're not able to do that. So it's like I said, it's about what they can do to garner the points and make it into the first weekend. 963 taking a couple of shots on towards the members of the Revolution. This is what I talked about. The disengagement from Picado becomes a lot tougher if you leave it too late. And I know it's not massively late. It's later than expected because of the playing path that we saw Highland Wolf.
And it was actually a beautiful split there earlier on the map from 963. They split a 1 to the western side, 2 to the middle of more power grid, and then they had this off player of Nosa almost, yes, towards that eastern side of Picado Hill, and to actually catch that rotation of teams moving out from Picado itself. So it's that read that grants them that ability to actually funnel Revolution not towards them, but instead Revolution into that more uncomfortable spot between them and now even more players more towards that graveyard, more towards that La Bendita side of the crater itself.
Why is there a fight in this area of Impala?
Look, every so often, Imperium, every so often, we get 2 teams who say, we wanna just play it quiet. We wanna try be as careful as we can. In fact, you know what it is? It might even be 4K. It could be 4K trying to upset here, Triple D. Now, Triple D, Triple D, I mean, to be fair to them, this is where they drop Imperium, actually. To be fair, now if we think about it. So 4K, they're saying, well, we need to go for the kills. We're going to be out anyways if we don't pick up the kills to Triple D. So let's go. Let's try get them.
You know what? That's a really fair logic. I'm not saying it's the case, but the healthy kind of logic. Unfortunately for them, They're going down a swing and a miss for the time being. Safe from Triple D is yet to get revived, which I gotta give props to Triple D that they're not automatically going for the revive. They do want to make sure that they have every level of control in this fight before going for the revive. Lovely Molly is going to reposition that member of 4K. Jammaz, very experienced player in the world of PUBG Mobile, be going for a good few years, has had much success individually as a player. Will Triple D Esports be the team that he finds ultimate success with in 2022?
You see, he's been going for quite a while now. We'll use that experience, though, to find KURDSQUAD. Reads them like a book underneath the camper van. And now Jammaz confirms a kill. Another 3 now for Triple D. Cleaning up the fight in 4K. Left to the solo. Yes, one knock is doing a little bit of a sneaky play here on the outskirts. Maybe hoping to find one of Triple D off guard. But that zone, it has gone elsewhere towards... Yes, one look, but that more center position of La Bendita graveyard on this church side. And I'm thinking the Triple D, they're not going to want to go straight further forward into that zone. They're probably actually just going to want to flank north, try to go around that junkyard side and enter in safer.
Yeah, honestly, on one hand, the circle shift is a little bit hurtful from where they were initially located, but it's also benefited them the fact that they've been slowed down by this fight onto 4K. A lot of the teams are towards the center of this phase 2 because of the shift down on the southwest. It's so crazy and so close that it's really hard to make out a lot of the names that are inside the circle. It's just a rainbow full of colors. Revolution. They were engaged upon initially by a couple of the members of 963, but they got out of that sticky situation fairly quickly. CONQUEROR has a player knocked down as Rico Infinity fighting across a graveyard split. Who will be the first team to mark the graveyard buildings? It is looking to be Rico Infinity.
Still, they don't go straight away for the fight. And this is the patience of two teams who have been patient on these fights. Well, actually, hold my breath here, because Prestige, they're just going in. Real is not going to be found. Look at fire. I mean, hello? Wake up, Rio. Rico DDD Esports are here over you. Just clean and easy one for them. And CONQUEROR, another goes down. It just looks so easy for Rico DDD Esports on the entrance in. There was not even a stopper in the way into the junkyard side.
I think that was a bit of a player disconnect for Rio. That's the only thing I can think of, because he wasn't moving at all.
True.
And that's a shame. Every player is responsible for their own connection, of course. But that's the only thing I can put down to, because in no way, shape, or form,
It's a bit silly. Yeah.
if he, if he was connected, would he have not reacted to that? It's a shame. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Still, it's got to be that way, unfortunately, CONQUEROR. They are still in the game, thankfully. They still have one left, so they can try to survive as best they can. As sun goes all the way up north. Well, it's going to be okay for CONQUEROR for the most part, but they still need to get out of there, because there's a lot of angry southern teams going to be making their way further forward. So I think really here, I would be looking more so towards this graveyard hill, actually, Imperium. That south end, which you can see Revolution moving over to, brilliant opportunity to take on all of those southern teams.
Graveyard Hill and Minas Generalis Hill. Those are the two key spots of this circle. At least if you're already on the south side. If you're on the north, generally stay where you are and prepare for the hell that's going to be coming in your direction, right? Whether it's to the west, to the east, or right down south. RTG have done a great rotation on towards that Picado hillside to get onto the high ground on the western edge of the circle. Twisted Minds, Raucus takes a couple of shots, but he's going to take a bit of damage in return. Looks for a reef. However, the spread from Dunak is good.
A reef is there. How's the smokes? How's the buggy? Keep in mind here, Imperium. I'm not sure if that buggy was blowing up, though. It still looks fairly intact to me, but there will be a camper van Sorry, should I say a Jeep here? If I can get my vehicle lines, Twisted Minds.
Don't get bait.
Not a friendly one, though. He almost goes down. Clever on the top side. Won't find the execution, no, but we still find the shots under the tire. He has to keep his vehicle alive. Can't remove the vehicle's tires to keep himself in the undershots. Instead, it will have to be a couple here of Twisted Minds movements, I think, Imperium, to try get him out of this tricky position.
And that's the thing. It's unfortunately just a little bit of a sign of disconnect from Twisted Minds, because I really appreciate the proactivity from Rokas to reposition, but there was no real support from the rest of his team. There was no distraction level. So therefore, the whole of Dunak were able to focus more heavily on Rokas and where he was going and tracking his own position. So as much as I get the theory of Twisted Minds, just poor execution as a team, they are going to forget about that position as they do need to move into the edge of the circle. They have found an initial anchor point.
An initial anchor point, but they are still susceptible to Revolution and, of course, Rico, DDD Esports, who are above them. Revolution, who have been quiet. You see that front anchor in the end of Rex and Co. Smoker as well, going to be joining them as two. However, you do see the teams having to be careful now. Is the next phase, where will it shift? Well, it shifts straight into the center of Hacienda, and the road here, Imperium. That's where it looks so scary. That T on the road is going to separate a lot of these players from being able to make the easier rotations that they would have liked. Dunak, they just explode on that map.
Oh, damn it. That circle shift. Feels bad, man. Because even on that northern side of the circle, it's completely flat. Twisted Minds now going to get gate kept by KAMIKAZE. It's been 2 fantastic games in a row by KAMIKAZE, by the way. How about a great turnaround in day 2 of this league week number 1, and they're going to send Twisted Minds away from their current location. Bit of a deep play from Twisted Minds. They might be going for a Hail Mary rotation through the road into the edge of the circle. Don't know how heavily that would work out, but sometimes that kind of direct push into the circle is less noticed because it's not expected, and they could get away with it.
But it's noticed now for Imperium in 963. They are stalling for that time, and they're stalling for that space as Twisted Minds, NASR. We talked about the trickiness of those roads, and well, they cannot get across right now. NASR, they make the second attempt though. Back at the buggy they go. This time into the hands of the Twisted Minds to try to shoot down on them from above. But they cannot find anything just yet. 963 downs a player. Have to find a revive, but NASR are worse off from the 2. It's Twisted Minds just steal the buggy away and say thank you very much for that extra kill point.
It's not over yet. The hard work is ahead of Twisted Minds because you have a couple of players here, a couple of players there, all looking right in their direction. Batika, one of the 2 remaining NASR players, looking for a little bit of an entry point onto a very, very heavily spread out Rico Infinity. They're not quite in the circle, by the way, just to highlight that. Now SK Tong going to make his way up the massive hill closer to the edge of the circle. Woo! That's a 9 out of 10 play by NASR with that bogey.
Ooh, but if that messed up, that would have been dead. They would have had to try escape, because also keep in mind, Revolution, they are behind them also, trailing as best they can into the edge of that zone. You can see the Rico Infinity Esports, they don't want them to get onto that edge of the hill, but they do secure some form of position. Ida is though on the outskirts. Is trying to flank round, and NASR, they get spotted as they get pinted, walked into the other angle. Finds 1, finds 2, NASR down, now Revolution. They're next on the chopping block here.
I don't even know why NASR stopped there, to be perfectly honest. They should at least have committed to even where headquarters were. They probably wouldn't have survived for much longer, but at least that would have been some element of hard cover. Whereas when you stop in the pretty much the middle of the flatlands, you're asking for trouble as Revolution, or asking to get squad wiped if KAMIKAZE has their way with them.
Well, KAMIKAZE, We have the nades. They are together, as you say. They're walking together. But if that one is on target, it's a triple knock. Well, it was a double. They find it with the extra shots. And as you said, Off-Man, they tried their best. But Nigma Galaxy from the other end of the spectrum knock him out, and KAMIKAZE in 11. Yes, it's an unfortunate end, but KAMIKAZE, you cannot deny that they had a brilliant previous 2 games before that period.
The circle on phase 5 shifts over towards the northeast. The Mind Weapon iKURD are inside with the 2-2 split. But now the real work begins, Highland Wolf. Nigma Galaxy to the west, RTG to the northwest. That's their next challenge. Because that road is in play, everybody on the south of that road are fine for the minecart. The focus has to be covering what's behind the minecart.
Still, Triple D, they are somewhat alive in this game, and they keep themselves alive. Geif goes down, but there goes Triple D. The backstab from Volt was too much, and now it's all, as you say, on the Mind Weapon. Is it possible for them to survive? Is it possible for them to get the placement points to succeed Triple D? Well, there goes another on their path to the top 16 is Revolution drop.
The good thing for Triple D is they picked up 6 elimination points from that game. So that's a pretty healthy gap that the minecart do have to extract from this game. Rico Infinity up to 11 eliminations. A 4-man split on Graveyard earlier on in the game has been absolutely perfect as Twisted Minds go down.
Stalwart are still alive, baby, and they got 5 kills, Imperium. They're saying it's still in this match too, and they strike another. It will only catch up now to Headquarter, also equally trying their best, trying to hope to survive, but they will not stop. Rico Infinity Esports, their 12th, not possibly into their 12th kill. Shelby, they wait on the outside. They will wait for Rico Infinity Esports to come to the board in onto them.
Mind Weapon have 0 eliminations. Just consider that, as you still have 17 remaining. I know they have a full squad up, but if they go out now, that's a very limited amount of points garnered, and I would argue that's failure to qualify for the first Super Weekend.
That zone, it shifts right on into the center of all 3 roads. And now it's who can survive. It's Headquarter. They aren't willing to make the move, but as you said, rightly so, it is another knock from Stalwart onto Rico Infinity Esports, and it's them who are ahead here of the Mind Weapon in the current point standing with their 5 kills here. 4 above them. But they still also need to make it into the zone. This is the advantage that the Mind Weapon have had all game. And they had the building as well to their name.
RTG are the only team that will arguably look to massively challenge the Mind Weapon. Nigma Galaxy could make a little bit of an angle play, but they're safe having at least 1 player inside the circle.
A Stalwart faces their Hail Mary play, Imperium, and they go straight on in. They lose 1, they lose 2. Prestige finally goes down, but the damage is done. And Ida, with the help of the rest of his team, eliminates Stalwart out of the contention. But now, can the Mind Weapon survive? I don't think it's been enough from Stalwart. It's Rico. Damaged, though, and bruised. Headquarter. They find the angle possibly into the fight, but they should be going more into this. Instead, they give more room to Ida, and now he can move through the shed. Eliminates 2. Lemon squeezy. And he squeezes the life out of Headquarter. Moves back outside. Goes
Ready.
field. That's by the triple. No, he doesn't. Well, he barely in time takes him down.
Oh my god, that was so close for comfort. Good effort by Rico Infinity. By the way, you counted Stalwart UAE out? How dare you? They still have 2 players alive inside the circle. They went for a bit of a Hail Mary play, but only with half the squad. They have the backup plan as the circle shifts in their favor. Phase number 6, the mind weapon still going strong. That's what they need to do. Pick off Nigma Galaxy one by one. Happy days to lap.
Well, I'm a sucker for storylines, though, Imperium. And yes, they're still alive, but it's down to the mind weapon in the building here, though, Imperium, who have the security. It is where the zone will shift next, to which nightmare will be relived by another one of these teams. RTG on the outskirts can see healing. They won't be healing for long, though, and this damage that goes back down to the south increases the danger for all of these teams. But to headquarter, they got 5 kills. This could be their game if they can hold this south side.
Oh my god, Osama gets knocked. It's a double knock as Esra goes down as well. The circle shifting down south puts massive pressure on the mind weapon. Nabo left with a sliver of health. It goes from good to bad in a matter of seconds for the mind weapon. Can they hold on against Nigma Galaxy?
They're falling apart like dominoes, so they find one back. That was crucial. They eliminate the side flank. There is no information now coming through from Baron Alley repositioned, but they are still Rab on the backside. They take down their hat too. They're not out of this game here, Imperium, just yet. Ali, the only one here with Nabo alive, is they reposition back the best they can. Enigma Galaxy, they get the hell out of there as they look for one to try pick off the rest as the others move on into the zone.
Nabo is cooked. Nabo is cooked. Hook, line, and sinker. One headquarters. Stalwart UAE, do not forget about them. 6 eliminations and counting with the circle in their favor.
But they've still to get the point, so, and they might be getting the points here as the mind weapon. One of the contenders wiped into existence by Enigma Galaxy. It was down to a final 4, but you cannot still count out Headquarter, who they needed such a massive game. They needed these points, Imperium. They missed an 8 though. That was crucial. They needed to eliminate Stalwart with that throw, and instead, because they did not, there it goes though. They still land the knock. Easy, the last one behind the buggy. Still all 4 players, but they cannot give a single point over to Stalwart. They need to make sure that the lead is secured even more. They take out Nigma Galaxy 2, but because Rada down, Nigma turn their attention to Headquarter 2.
Headquarters can overtake all of these teams above them. If they grab this chicken dinner, they're currently on 6 eliminations. They leave it at that. That is 21 points. They need a few more. They need a few more eliminations and to close out this game. You couldn't ask for a tighter finish to the first week of league play in the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split.
That is how we do it, though, Imperium. Here in the PMPL Arabia for the first week, we're getting hot and spicy on the Miramar. Down to our final 3. Headquarters still alive. Still all 4 of Nigma Galaxy alive. It is the solo of Stalwart surviving as best as they can for these points. 6 kills to their name. It is the zone. Settles once more. Phase 8 closing further in. It is towards Headquarters, this zone. Both of these other teams, they need to move in onto them. It is Headquarter who control the fate of themselves and the fate of everyone else. The nade cooked too short, but that one was not. A double nade from Nigma silences down Headquarter, and this is a go station for them. Is now Rip. Stops them on their tracks. Takes the nade to the tickle at the back of his head. And look at Stalwart on the opposite side, looking to upset. Peaks too early, misses a shot, but finds one anyways. Round down.
Oh my god!
Easy! Falling apart. Nigma is dropping as Easy finds 2. Back up to 8. Might just grab 9. Lord one down. It's the Headquarters though who steal the victory.
Oh my god! Have Headquarters done it? I did more. A little bit of help from Stalwart right at the very end is what gave them the chicken dinner. Because that double nade from Roof, that was their game goose. If
Still,
Nigma Galaxy were able to cross over. But they didn't take into account that one tiny player behind a rock easy shut them down.
absolutely insane here in our last game, but we also have to shout out, of course, our official partner of the event, as we insane themselves, with the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. But Imperium, that game was as close as you could get it. You could not write a better storyline with Easy on the back of that Nigma Galaxy finish.
I have a bit of a thought process, right?
Okay, hit me.
Stalwart UAE, headquarters in the top 3. And with the amount of eliminations both of those teams got, I reckon there's a possibility that 1,000,000 Esports, who are on 41 points, and we're not playing in this game, there's a possible chance that they got kicked down out of the top 16. I did say coming into today that the cutoff point would be between 40 and 45 points. I'm super excited to see because I have no idea.
Well, we're heading into our top 16. We see the 1,000,000, they did survive with 41. Revolution, they move in, but so do Stalwart. They get their way in onto 14th position with those extra kills with 44 to their name. To play some points, of course, keeping them above their Revolution in the tiebreaker situation. That means, though, Imperium, I don't see the names there of headquarter, and I have a feeling it's going to be close, so between them and 1,000,000.
Where did headquarters finish? I'm so sad that they're not in 16 because I thought they got the job done. But I think with Stalwart's strong performance, it just wasn't enough. And 1,000,000 Esports, they survived by the skin of their teeth. I have a feeling the headquarters are on the same points as 1,000,000 Esports.
True.
That's what I believe.
I have a feeling it's going to be close. 1 point!
Oh,
1 point, Imperium. You know what it was? It was the 2 kills that were taken from Nigma Galaxy by Easy. That is the difference in the points that matter. Had Easy been taken out, they get 1 of Nigma.
But here's the thing.
Made it.
Easy, those 2 elimination points by Easy were probably the reason headquarters got the chicken dinner. So you can't really kind of say that. It's just unfortunate that, and it's so common nowadays in these kind of tournaments where you have 20 teams and top 16 make it in. It just came down to that final point. It came down to that final game, and headquarters just gave themselves too hard of a task. But I gotta say, a hell of an effort by headquarters. Just wasn't enough this week. Just wasn't enough.
Were you disappointed, though, Imperium, that you didn't see this throughout the rest of the tournament? Because, yes, we can see the top and we can see the Nigma Galaxy, as expected, by the way, is a PMG representative making it into the finals and doing so well. Top the leaderboard for our first week of league play. To go back to my point, though, were you expecting headquarters to really come out, and are you disappointed that they only came out with that type of play in the final game?
No, I'm definitely not disappointed because, again, this is a long-form tournament, right? So now that they know that they can perform the way they performed in that final game, yes, it sucks. It sucks ass that they didn't make it into the first Super Weekend. But they can take those 3-4 days break, reevaluate how they played, have a look at how the teams are going to be playing in the Super Weekend, and come into next week with more preparation, more learning, and more confidence to qualify for the second Super Weekend. So I'm not disappointed at all. It is what it is. They got to dust themselves off, and get back into the game. But as you look, of course, into the top half of this first League Week play, Highland Wolf, not surprised, Nigma Galaxy ending in the top spot, followed pretty damn closely by NASR Esports.
Yeah, I think NASR are doing a phenomenal job as well. They obviously take back second place based off of the kills that they were able to get. In total, the most kills out of any of these teams in the first 2 days of play. Rico, not surprising either to see them in third. I think, as we said, Egypt, 963 Egypt here, coming in 7th was a big surprise for me as one of the newer organizations to PMPL Arabia, but I think also Twisted Minds are the other equal surprise here in 5th. Yes, we knew they were going to be an aggressive team, but to change your leader around into Rokas and to bring him in here, now you want to know, is that confidence there? Is that ability there to be able to get into that top 5? Well, yes, it was. And you can see now the exciting potential on these 2 days where they may end up in the Super Weekend.
Again, I suppose for a team like Twisted Minds and even I suppose for all the teams in the top 8 or top 10, it doesn't really matter where they finish within it. Yeah, okay, I highlighted Nigma and NASR because they did generally look two of the most impressive teams, plus Nigma come into this tournament as the 3rd best team in the world, right? But for Twisted Minds and others, it's really less about where they finish in this league week and how they feel about the growth that they've pulled out over the first 2 days, evaluating how they performed and then working on it leading into the Super Weekend. That's where it's going to count, right? That's where the points, that's where the money is earned, and that's where the kind of lead into the finals is going to come through. So it remains to be seen if we're going to see repeat performances from the likes of Twisted Minds, NASR, and Nigma.
To see if it could all keep that up, stay tuned for the same time, same place, Thursday, Friday, Saturday for the first Super Weekend here on PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. That's been all for myself, though, Alan Wolf, and joined by, of course, the ever wonderful Imperium alongside me. We'll see you alongside Zute for the weekend. See you there, or be square.